identity with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use my first name, Clay, as your promo code.
It's more theatrical.
Hey there, Dan Cicchini, owner of Done Right Kitchens and Baths, Windows and Doors. There's absolutely no reason why right now can't be your time to get started on that beautiful new kitchen or that awesome bath you've always wanted. See what our family can do for your family. 800-362-8370.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Cloudy then rain likely today, mainly after 4 or 5 p.m. High temperatures in the middle to lower 50s under mostly cloudy skies. This is Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Greg Perez.
Looking for a career you'll love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces? Join their growing team. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. That's progressive.com/careers.
Jeff.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Killing of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar is renewing hopes that a ceasefire in the Middle East could be in sight. President Biden said he passed that message on to Israeli leaders.
I told the Prime Minister of Israel yesterday, let's also make this moment an opportunity to seek a path to peace.
Sinwar was considered one of the biggest obstacles to a ceasefire. Hamas still holding hostages, says they will not be returned until there is a ceasefire and Israel pulls out of Gaza. Vice President Kamala Harris has campaign events today in Michigan. Same with former President Trump. He holds a rally tonight in Detroit. About 13,000 utility customers in Northern California woke up without power. Pacific Gas and Electric cut the power to prevent equipment from sparking wildfires with dry weather and strong winds expected. And NHTSA will investigate Tesla's full self-driving system after reports of accidents in low visibility conditions. This is ABC News, 100 miles away. A Texas man who was sentenced to death has been spared at the 11th hour by a ruling from the state Supreme Court.
The 57-year-old had already been transferred 150 miles from his cell to a room adjacent to the Texas death chamber when Robert Robertson learned of his reprieve.
He was shocked, to say the least.
Amanda Hernandez of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
He praised God and he thanked his supporters.
Among them, the members of a Texas House committee that subpoenaed Robertson to testify before a hearing Monday.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. The Los Angeles Dodgers one win away from the World Series after beating the New York Mets 10-2 in the National League Championship Series. New life for the Cleveland Guardians. They were moments away from going down 2-0 but rallied to force extra innings. And then
swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes.
That gave the Guardians a 7-5 win. Game 4 is tonight. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom, but a little over a year ago, we realized she couldn't take care of herself without our help. And well, how could I not be there for her? I had no idea how hard it would be, and just what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood, and even for me, ways to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics that got me started, but also information about the hurdles I was facing in this new role. I could even connect with experts and hear from others who had been in my place. I know this road we're on isn't an easy one, but I'm really happy to have the extra help for her and for me.
Okay, but how do I do that?
Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. This message is brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Broncos are back on the winning track, cruising past the Saints 33-10 last night. Denver rushed for more than 200 yards, and the defense had six quarterback sacks and scored on a fumble return. It was a homecoming for Sean Payton, who coached the Saints for many years.
It was a good team win. We did a lot of things well tonight. It's just easy to complain on a short week, and then pretty soon no one really cares. So I thought our preparation for those 2 days was good.
The Broncos improved to 4-3 and have a little extra time before their next game. They will host the Panthers a week from Sunday. Open enrollment for Colorado's health insurance begins 2 weeks from today, and the numbers may come as a shock. Insurance rates are set to rise more than 3 times the rate of inflation forecast for next year. The Division of Insurance shows individual premium increases will jump 5.6%, while small businesses soar 7%. Those who choose the state-mandated health plan will save the most money. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Been a pretty quiet morning for us out across our highways. We do got a couple of problem areas to watch for. They're cleaning up an accident eastbound I-70 out near East Colfax. There's a lot of road work in there too, so that's only adding to those delays. Eastbound I-70 jammed up pretty good from Tower as you make your way up to that crash scene. Also heading outside of Longmont, be aware there is an accident southbound Highway 119 at Airport that's got traffic jammed back to Fordham. Those are the 2 trouble areas. Everywhere else here in town, we're actually looking pretty good. As we look at your weather forecast today, partly cloudy skies and much cooler, only a high of 57. We're at 50 degrees now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of how The Apprentice made Trump a national hero and detail the first time Kamala Harris took her boss's job, and it wasn't Joe. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas,
Watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu right now.
All right, you guys are out for a party, I can tell.
See the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu right now.
Cybersecurity Awareness Month is still going strong, and LifeLock has a message about phishing. The scams cyber criminals use to trick victims into allowing access to their devices so they can steal your personal information. Being aware of potential phishing scams is one way to help protect your personal information. LifeLock alerts you to more uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft issues that arise. Start protecting your identity with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use my first name, Clay, as your promo code. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. Shop Colorado's largest selection of quality fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, you can find the right equipment to work out on your schedule right from home. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment you can buy. You can save up to 50% off.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Fitness Gallery to find the right equipment and get moving today.
Auto accident? Find out what your case is worth. Search Attorney John Fuller.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this
website. 10 seconds, Tom.
dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm bringing in the studio Mark and Suze. And I'm waiting for Jeff Vick, camera transmission. I think he's going to show up for Car Friday. And
right next to us.
Oh, he's at the studio. Okay, I thought he was coming to me. Okay, that's good. He's at the studio. I don't see his funny face, so you got him.
Look for the shine on the back of my head coming off the camera.
All right, good. All right, good. So you're there. Then I had sent you a text saying the door's unlocked.
Deputy Doc.
Good. Excellent. Let's talk. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Anyway, so I want to talk about this. Some way, Mark, you took a call because a guy sent us a follow-up email because I don't recognize the problem, so I figured you did. And for those listening, we take problems, questions, complaints, and work on all kinds of stuff. And I have an update on Drew as well. And Let's talk.
That is one wacko dude, man.
Well, Mark, okay, he is a very strange and unusual, but he wrote me a letter, and now he's saying I made a pledge and a promise to him, and don't go back on it.
What was the pledge and promise?
I did say to him, I want to help you. Give me your username and password. I want to help you. I want to edit your GoFundMe. I want to make a plea for you on that GoFundMe. But he wants me to change the phone number to mine and take the calls. I'm not going to do it. I never pledged that. What I said was I'd help him with the description. Here's the problem with Drew. I know he feels that this is going to be his end all. He's going to be out of...
Recap his latest thing, though. I don't think people really know
it is.
I've
known him over 20 years, okay? He's listened to me when I was in New York and on WABC, and he lives in Jersey, and he's followed me for years and years and years. And when I was nationally syndicated out there, he listened to me, and I did help him on a few things.
Didn't he bring a big story to you at one point?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so I forget what it was. It had to do with investments. But no, the guy is a good researcher, and he has a lot of credibility with me as far as certain issues. There have been times, I think, that he just, it seems like conflict follows this man. And he'll say no, but he'll say he's attacked because of his standings with his faith and all of that. But I don't want to get into that right now. Here's what I want to tell you. His most recent thing is he's in his late 70s, but he said that he was injured. There are 2 personal injury suits. Isn't that right, D? 2 personal injury suits. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
There are 2 ongoing personal injury cases.
2. And we talked, we researched this, but anyway, bottom line is he said there was a guy backed perpendicular to a curb, up on the curb. Now, it wasn't alongside like parking parallel. He was perpendicular, 90 degrees to the curb, and it was at night. I think he said it was at night, or it was low visibility.
It sounded like it was at night.
And the guy had his tailgate up, or the tailgate was going up and down. I don't recall but the exact details, but Drew walked into it. And he said that it was negligence on this guy's part. But then he had another personal injury. So he said after that, he couldn't work anymore. He was, and so he's running out of money. And he figures he'll be out of money in December. So he went on GoFundMe. And GoFundMe is terrible. The GoFundMe site he has is absolutely terrible. It talks about Kamala Harris more than anything and how she made him broke. And it doesn't talk about an out-of-work preacher who's injured and needs help. And I told him, you know what, you need to edit this thing. But I think he's getting the false impression that I'm going to have some magical power when I do it. And I'm not taking control of his GoFundMe. I'm not going to do it. And when I go in to try to edit, the verifications go to his phone number. I can't, and I'm not going to change it to my phone number. So he writes me these guilt emails that, quite frankly, I kind of, I don't like it. You promised, you pledged me, you did this, you did that, and he says, you need to help me. Okay, I'm going to try to help him. And we did research his lawsuits. They're very weak at best and will take maybe 5 to 10 years.
Tom, I think it's very important for Drew to understand that regardless of the merit of his 2 personal injury cases, any judgment or any settlement for that matter is far in the future. And his financial situation is so dire that neither of these cases can possibly help him get out of this situation.
Not now. And I don't think the YouTube will either. I'm just a little distressed over this. So let's just keep going here, man. That's all I can do. Let me take some calls, and I'll bring again Mark and Sue's back. It's just truly. And now I got everybody in there. Good, thank you. I even see Ugly Doc, and let's talk about your problem, Jessica. How can we help you? And then Mark, I'm going to go over that other one with the rental, I believe, that was sent as a result of a call you took yesterday. Jessica, what's going on?
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I am having some issues with Stevenson Lexus of Lakewood, some service they did on my car.
What's going on now? You have a Lexus, and a 2010 Lexus. What happened?
Yep, so I brought it in for a routine oil change, and it was time for a brake job. So I had that added on and done as well. They sent me on.
And by the way, I should mention Stevenson is no longer Stevenson. I mean, it might be called Stevenson, but okay. So what happened? You took it in for service.
Yep, got the brake job done. They said everything else looked great. About a week later, I was hearing a noise from my tire and scheduled an appointment to take it back in. And on my way there, the tire fell off my car while I was driving it.
This was a week later?
The tire or the whole wheel?
Yeah, the whole wheel with the rims.
This was a week later.
Yeah, it was about 2 weeks by the time I, had that appointment. After
the noise you heard,
crazy,
though,
a wheel falling off 2 weeks later. What do you think?
Wait, hold on one sec. When did the noise start?
Yeah. The noise?
Yeah.
The noise started about a week after, and it wasn't anything that I was very alarmed with. It just sounded like
so a week later. Okay.
Yeah.
She heard a noise a week later, and then a week after that, the wheel fell off.
Yeah, the wheel fell off as I was taking it back to the.
Was it wobbly or anything at any point?
And which wheel was it?
My front driver's side.
And they worked on that, right?
Yeah, they took all the wheels. They did all the brakes on all the tires.
So then Jeff, Mark asked aptly, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, usually if you have loose lug nuts, it's going to happen a lot faster than that. Making a little.
What would make the noise? What would make that noise? What kind? Was it a grinding noise? What kind of noise?
Yeah, it was like a grinding noise, but it would only really happen when I was driving slow, and it looked like one of the lug nuts had snapped off, and then I'm sure all the rest.
What do they say now, though, when you brought it back to them?
Yeah, when I first brought it back, they said, this is not your fault. We'll take a look at it and see what's going on. We're so sorry. And then it took them another 2 weeks, and they got back to me yesterday and said that my aftermarket rims are the issue and that they don't have proper spacing for my car, but they did not tell me that when I got the job done. So that feels like something they should have told me when I got the job done.
That's entirely possible, and that's actually really easy to miss when you're mix matching something aftermarket with something OEM. I have a very good friend with a tire shop.
But
he went through it with several different vehicles.
But don't you think they're responsible for this tire falling off or not?
They should have some culpability, yes. I don't know that they should share the whole thing, but yeah, they definitely should.
How long did you have those rims prior to bringing it in for the brake job?
I've had the car for 6 years. And
okay.
Well, then that can't be tied together like that.
And I've had them swapped by another tire company. I have 2 sets of tires. And
Jeff, I don't get it. So it wouldn't be the offset on the bolt pattern. What would it be?
Well, not necessarily the offset on the bolt pattern, but most lug nuts now are closed off on the top, not like when you and I were kids and it went all the way through like a nut.
Yeah.
So if you run it down, it bottoms out before it's got that wheel actually
why would it
fastened up
take
against the
2
rotor.
weeks?
If you have just enough torque on there, because when you're torquing down a nut or a bolt, you're literally stretching the threads.
Got it.
Okay, so it's going to take some time to back that off.
I got it.
Okay,
so they're refusing to do anything, is what you're saying.
Yes, so far I've been trying to get a hold of the manager just to see if there's anything they can do, but they said that they're not liable for any of it.
I think we make a call over to the service department, Kelly, and see if we can't get them on.
Well,
yeah, I think I have a number as well if you.
Yeah, give it to Kelly. But I mean, really, what do you think, Tom? Do you think they should be paying for this? I do.
I do, yeah.
If she had it 6 years and these people can't get it right, I'm sure she's had tires put on or tires rotated, and whoever did that did it right.
Well, not to mention she's got 4 of those tires on there, 4 of those wheels on there. 1 had a failure.
Yeah, I think they're trying to cover something up.
Hey, who should we give this to make some phone calls? Doc, do you want to call over there? And Doc, what have you been working on? I know yesterday
Hey, I got a great follow-up for you, Tom.
Yeah, let's do that after the break.
Okay.
And who's that ugly guy sitting where I normally do, or where you normally do, Mark? Jeez.
That's our new computer expert.
He's fixing things.
Oh, he's fixing things. Okay. Okay, we got...
He's helping.
It's
I'm
Computer
just
Friday,
kidding.
like in the 90s.
I'm just kidding.
The Y2K bug's ready to kick in, and we're all terrified.
You know what I like about him? He does everything. I mean, I believe he was the restroom attendant handing out paper towels when I was in there last.
Dominic has been around as long, well, I would say as long as you have.
No, not quite, but he's been there a long time.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, when I started at that iHeart, he was a baby. Anyway, how old are you, Dominic? How old are you, bro? How old are you,
How
Dom?
old are you? He is 49.
Well, okay,
Get
so
on
he
the
was
mic.
4 years old. He was 4 years old. Okay. Anyway, 303-713-8255. Okay, we do have more coming up. I just want to tell you about Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Remember, get your market value for your home, what it will sell for based on his 30 years experience with no obligation. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. We love the guy, whether you're buying or selling, and no obligation to get that price. That's 303-920-1622.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
You know what? If you want great service on RVs or sales, if you're buying or trading, and you want someone with a consistent name all over the country as you travel for support, that's LazyDays.com. Lazy Days RV. They're all over the place, and they're great people. We have a nice, beautiful maintenance facility right here, I-25 and exit 240. What you need to do is check them out. If you want a motorhome from a Class A or you want a pop-up camper, they have it all. If it's an RV, LazyDays.com. Now let's talk about becoming involved in real estate. Vestera Investments, or Vestera Turnkey, they're going to have a webinar to show you how you can get involved in real estate investing without big headaches, because they do the research. Barry Miller and his team, who I've trusted for years and years and years in real estate, what he does is he does research on where to buy rentals and when to sell them. And you appreciate sometimes doubling your money in 2 years. He also manages to get you positive cash flows and management companies to take the hassle out. They do it all. That's why it's called Vestera Turnkey. You can become involved with little risk and high returns. 303-888-3788 is his number, and it's Vestera Turnkey. But if you want to take part in the actual webinar from your home or office, you can do that, and you can do that this month. Sign up for the 26th, and it's mybiggestreturn.com, mybiggestreturn.com.
High interest rate.
Turn him off, turn him in queue. There were 2 30
I think you
second
should just go
spots.
over there with your laptop.
Sometimes it'll say
Probably
2 30
not.
second spill,
Probably not.
fill spots, but we're lucky today. It just
No, because right now it's
60.
under. Yeah, no.
Reject it.
You can.
Okay, so Dan can't.
Because
it's
He's just got to sit here.
This is going to have to be
wait until
just
that
an internet
spot
computer
blocks.
for them to look out until I get the problem fixed or the computer replaced.
Okay.
That's the other thing. I have a
So
computer
yeah, I could,
downstairs I can
this
replace
one
it
up
with,
here, there's
but you,
a
it wouldn't
minute and a
help you
half.
because there still wouldn't be any
Next
audio
spot
until I
block.
get that done.
I could
But-
just go ahead and eject both of these, that 60 and that
Yep.
30.
Appreciate your help. And
But
Dave
it's
was
just gonna
great
fill it again.
yesterday.
I mean, it's smart.
Cool. Thank you.
Annoying, but smart.
Yeah, it would just become
Right.
an issue with
Right.
me trying to talk to him over Mark. And it wasn't Dave. Dave was fine. I'm like, I have to stop because I can't understand.
Hey,
what-
Norris is on the chat.
Right.
Hey, Norris.
But yeah, plus Dave is
Always good. Oh.
So I'll leave this up on the internet so you can use it.
She'll just use it.
I'm going to use my laptop, but I'll just promptly move it when anyone comes in.
Yeah, and I may come back up to do something if they tell me to. Or actually, I could just replace those sheets right now. I have them downstairs.
Cool. Thanks, man.
For
You're
that
best.
that was in the process of redoing. That's just his
Computers still be fried.
Computers are crap.
Damn it. This fucking thing won't stop aching.
Nice tongue there.
Fucking Tylenol.
Oh, nice language, girl. You sound like a saloon dancer.
I can take another dose.
She is a saloon girl.
Damn.
God bless.
I guarantee
Okay.
we're
You're
thinking
talking
the
to
same.
somebody that's got like 25 years on you.
No.
Kill that
Yeah.
speaker.
10.
Do you know where it is?
What?
Kill that.
I was talking to Zach.
Oh, him? Oh, yeah, he's a baby.
I'm in the hot seat.
Yeah, I was saying I've got 25 years.
Hey, Suze.
Yeah, tell
Do
me.
we have to make reservations for that party, for that attending for
You have to RSVP to it.
Okay.
Mark and I RSVP'd. Let me
Okay,
know
okay.
if you guys
I'll-
are going to
no,
go.
I will do that. I will do that.
Are you going to go? Looks like a cool hotel.
No, I absolutely.
It was awesome, man. It was awesome.
He got to see his guy.
It was a long. I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
we
we're
left a
still
little
together.
early, but it was 8 hours. It was
More
about
than that.
sitting one
Nine.
time.
9
hours. I was in line at a little before 6:30.
There's that saloon girl again.
And she was too, basically. And we didn't sit down one single time till we left at like 3.
It was like a concert in GA. If you even moved to go to the restroom, you were losing your real estate.
It's fine.
Just need a mosh pit up front.
So it held 12
Oh,
plus.
where's your boot?
The staging
I'm not
area,
wearing
the
it.
zigzag
Oh, that
going
could be a
in,
problem.
held 12,000.
It could be
So
feeling better
they-
by now.
So, Mark, do you remember a call from Lucas yesterday?
What is it?
A call from Lucas on a rental or something?
Do I need more than that? What was
They're
it?
trying to charge him
Broken hip.
$5,200 for an early termination.
Oh yeah, he's supposed to send us the lease. Yeah.
He did.
Oh, okay. Where
Go
is it?
look at. I think it was sent to both of us.
I don't see it.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, landlord-tenant. Here it is.
10 seconds, guys.
Let me know what. Recap the call and let me know about it when we have
Trusted
time.
local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, 888-heating.com, the $40, $45 deep clean, and their high-efficiency units. If you ever need a new unit, don't get a regular one. They specialize in dual fuel, hybrids, or high efficiency, and they're great people, 888-heating.com. I think they've been on our referral list, Mark, now for 20 years, Garrett and the team.
They're unbelievable, man. In fact, I'm bringing him up, I think, at noon, just for a few minutes, because I have gotten 3 emails in the past, I think, 3 or 4 days, and I don't think I've ever gotten that on one of the things they're doing.
Yeah, and praise. 303-770-2776. Okay, so let's go back.
I got that update for you, Tom.
Okay, let's do that. And then back to Jessica to see what we can do for her with Stevenson. Go ahead, Doc. Which one was this, sir?
Michelle called about her Cadillac Escalade. She bought from-
2010 Cadillac. She said that 150,000 miles from Harlan Automotive in Wheat Ridge. The next day, the engine light went on. Misfire. It showed the code said misfire, an improper function of 2 cylinders. Dealers supposedly fixed it the same day. The engine light went back on. Got the same error codes. 2 weeks later, the dealer says the engine shot. They will replace the engine, which is amazing because she got no warranty with this whatsoever. She bought it as is. Then the engine light came on again after the replacement engine. Oh my God, this thing. And by the way, the replacement engine was used. So the dealer now says, look, you know what? We'll trade you out of the vehicle if you want, but we've done all we can for you. What's going on, Doc?
Well, apparently they heard that Deputy Doc was on the case because after I said I was going to take the case, they called Michelle and she's going to return the car and get all her money back.
That is the way to do it. You want to know why? Because they did not sell it properly, in my opinion, because she did not have the emissions voucher. So they're going to undo the deal.
They're going to undo the deal.
That is so.
Good
is
work,
she
Doc.
happy?
Yes. Now, the thing is, she said she doesn't have a car. So I said, look.
Well, wait, whoa. Did she trade a car in?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
what they did.
All right.
But she said she didn't have a car. So I told her, look, get a rental car for Friday and Saturday. Go find yourself another car.
Right.
And make sure you get a pre-purchase inspection done. Don't wind up in the same boat that you are with the Cadillac.
Exactly. Now, Jessica, so I believe that Stevenson has some culpability here, as everyone in the studio does. So what do you? What are they willing to do for you?
Yeah, I mean, the first time they came back to me with the assessment was yesterday. I tried calling the manager this morning, but yesterday they said that they're not going to cover it in any way. So next steps.
Wait. What did they? They just said, hold on. Exactly what did they? I don't mean exact words, but did they say basically we're not responsible for that?
They didn't specifically say it in those words, but they gave me a quote and a bill, and I asked if they would be covered.
How much? How much to fix it?
$4,700 to fix it, and that's not including some body work that I would also need done separately.
And they are the only ones that worked on that.
In the past, within that time frame, they would have been the only ones.
Jeff, and it was 2 weeks, Jeff. I mean, come on, man. They can't just wash their hands of this damn thing. Are they saying she should have known better than to ride around? Did they, Jessica,
If she had drivability complaints, she would have no reason to step out of the car. Okay, so something like a scraping noise like she was describing before, she wouldn't necessarily understand that that's not even just a stone stuck inside the backing plate. So I think that's a very weak argument.
Okay.
I think two things. One, we put Deputy Doc or someone on this to make the call over there and see if they'll actually be reasonable. Because in my opinion, if she is telling the truth on everything, these guys owe her that repair. I think they screwed up. I think Stevenson, if this is the way it's going to go over at Stevenson now, that really sucks. But
I think what we do, I agree. I'm going to let Deputy D call over there.
But if they don't do anything, Tom, this is perfect for small claims.
It absolutely, positively is, Mark. Absolutely. And I think you'd win, or I think that they'd settle for something.
I think they'd settle all day long. In fact, I wish they would go to court on it if she follows through with the small claims action, because then she can come on the air once a week and brag how they tried to screw her, and the court said, no, you can't do it.
Yeah. Jessica, this is wrong. It's not a coincidence that your wheel fell off. And look, we're gonna give this over to Deputy D right now to make some calls. And then what I'd like you to do is stand by when we talk to you. We may have to have you do a small claims action against them. And I think you'll prevail. But let's take it one step at a time. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Compass Insurance, talking about cars, and let's talk about all insurance. Find out if you're paying too much, if you're undercovered, overcovered, if you have the right amount of insurance. They'll give you the honest-to-God assessments free of charge. Really, it's called the Insurance Review, 303-996-9000.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
It's been a pretty quiet morning for us out across our highways. We do got a couple of problem areas to watch for. They're cleaning up an accident eastbound I-70 out near East Colfax. There's a lot of road work in there too, so that's only adding to those delays. Eastbound I-70 jammed up pretty good from Tower as you make your way up to that crash scene. Also heading outside of Longmont, be aware there is an accident southbound Highway 119 at Airport that's got traffic jammed back to Fordham. Those are the two trouble areas. Everywhere else here in town, we're actually looking pretty good. As we look at your weather forecast today, partly cloudy skies and much cooler, only a high of 57. We're at 50 degrees now. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of how The Apprentice made Trump a national hero and detail the first time Kamala Harris took her boss's job, and it wasn't Joe. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
You know, if you're looking for windows or doors or siding, you have Gravina's Windows and Doors on 950 West Evans. They're great people. They've been on our referral list for more than 20 years. They've been around since 1988. Larry Gravina founded it after working for his dad from 72. Let me tell you something else about Gravina. GravinaWindow.com is the website, the name of the company, Gravina's, but it's the original Gravina from his dad in 72 to his own company in 88, and now Nick is taking over. They're great people. You will love them. They have heritage, and they have longevity. 303-472-8462, 472-8462, 50 lines of windows, not one. GravinaWindows.com. Hey, Discount Bath. You know what I like about Discount Bath? I like the name Discount Bath because it tells you exactly what they do. They do baths at a discount, and they'll give you prices without even bothering you. You know, you want to go to discountbath.com? Okay, you can fill out some information. They'll never sell that information or give it away. And then they'll send you a link to your email. You can upload video to them. They'll give you a price for your Discount Bath.com, and you can do a shower conversion with them even for $9,888. Discountbath.com. Okay, people. Aren't you special?
You know, I was reading the joke from Hillary Clinton towards, actually I watched it, from Hillary Clinton towards Trump during that Catholic dinner in 2016, the AI dinner or whatever it's called. And she said the funniest thing. She was talking about the Statue of Liberty and said Trump would only give her a 4 or 5 if she put down the book and put her hair back or something like that. It was the best line ever. Kamala could have, well, I don't know if she can land a joke or not. All she does is cackle.
Did you see the thing the other day where Bill Clinton was trying to bolster Harris, and they're talking.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Do you want me to try to get Brad O'Brien?
Forward, do you have those emails too? I don't think we need Brad O'Brien, actually.
Well, I sent you everything I've got.
Yeah, okay. I don't think we need Brad right now.
For which one, Mark?
The lease one we're going to get up for Levi or Lucas.
You just recap that all and take it.
Yeah, well, I just got this stuff, so now I understand his issue. I'd like to get him up now. Basically, where I left it is you got to send me over what you're talking about, and you did. Now I get it 100%.
Okay, good.
But I do have some questions for him.
All right. Man, that studio video looks good. Jesus, that's really good stuff.
Harris, and they're talking about the border, but then he started talking about, well, we wouldn't have these problems if they were all vetted. If they were all vetted, it kept going over. So I mean, it ended up being more of a campaign shot for Trump.
Yeah, I saw that. He looked old as fuck, didn't he?
Sounded terrible.
Oh my God, that is the oldest looking I've ever seen him. And Obama's starting to look fucking old too. Not like Clinton.
No.
Bill Clinton looks fucking old. What's that?
What's the age spread on them?
I think Clinton has gonorrhea, but
how old is
Tom.
Bill Clinton?
Syphilis.
I don't know where Rhea is.
He's like 70, right, Tom?
He's 78.
Clinton is 78?
He's 78. He looks fucking
You know what they
78.
say? Once you get to 70, it's all fucking downhill.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Jeff, smack him upside the head,
Tommy.
please.
He's
No.
too far away, and I'm on crutches.
Obama's only 63.
How is your leg doing, by the way?
Terrible. Had put me back down for another 5 days the other day.
God damn. Hey, no, seriously, is it a blood clot or something?
No, they've checked for that twice now. So they've eliminated that. We're pretty sure it's rheumatoid arthritis.
Ah, damn.
But I can't get into the I can't get into the rheumatologist until the 5th.
I always thought that would be something that gradually comes on and gets worse. Yours was almost instant.
Yeah, well, and it did happen instantly, and it happened in both legs.
Hi, Suze.
That's weird.
Well, see, and here's, I think years ago when I got that stem cell therapy, I think I had it's the exact same symptoms, but it was one leg instead of two. So I think I was misdiagnosed. I'm not complaining.
Did the stem cells
help?
The
stem cells helped for 7 years.
They do that again.
They're amazing.
But,
10 seconds, guys.
10 seconds.
Treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. All right. Mark had a case. Do we have the consumer up, or you just want to talk about it, or should we just go on with other?
I'd like to get him up. I think Kelly's reaching out to him, but he called up yesterday, and he said, hey, I talked to the old apartment manager. Our 1-year lease was up, and I said, hey, we're only going to be here another month or two. What should I do? And he said that manager said nothing. You already have language in your lease to where if you stay past the 12 months, it just goes to a month to month, but it's more money. It's like $3,800 a month compared to whatever. So they stayed an extra month, then gave the 30-day notice that this apparent person told them to give when they were on the month to month, and moved out.
Why are they being assessed $5,000 now?
Well, meantime, they got another apartment manager, and the new apartment manager goes, nope, that's not the way it works. You're breaking your lease, and that's going to cost $5,000. So, interestingly enough, Lucas sent me over the email correspondence between himself and Levi, who was the old apartment manager, and sure enough, Levi told him to do exactly what he said on air yesterday. So this new manager is trying to bust his balls, to put it that way. I think we should actually.
You know what's interesting, Mark? This is what's interesting. Like if someone makes a promise to you, like a manager, right? Yeah. And then the manager leaves. We've heard this before. It happened with car deals and a lot of things. And the owners say, hey, he never had authority to do that.
This is so specific on exactly what he's asking, though. I don't think there's a judge in the world that would tell this apartment complex not to pound sand. I mean, it's that straight up. In fact, hi, Lucas, you do not need to sign another contract, as your current contract has verbiage that makes it automatically roll on a month-to-month basis.
Wow.
Unless written notice. I mean, I thought he was exaggerating on the air.
Right.
But these emails are perfect. I can't imagine if he has shared these with Promenade Place, is news manager. I don't know what they're trying to do. It's that cut and dry.
Yeah, you're right, because he said he even referenced the lease saying it automatically reverts month to month. And so now what are they trying to say? That
they're trying to hit him up for $5,000.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I just don't get why they're doing this.
Okay, I have a couple texts here. Come on, buddy. I realize you try to help everyone, but really, like Doc said yesterday, move out of Jersey. Go somewhere less expensive. He's talking about Drew now, who needs help. He's running out of money. He'll be out of money in December.
Jersey is big dollars, brother.
And by the way, Drew is on a pension, disability of some kind. I think you can verify that, D, right? And also Social Security. He's on Social Security plus a pension, right?
I verified that he's on disability. I did not ask about Social Security, but given his age,
he told us, I think, a combined of $1,700 a month or something. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what he said. But whatever case, he says, everybody thinks that GoFundMe is like magic. Nobody has any priorities or responsibility. Now, look, Drew's not necessarily deadbeat, but I will tell you this. Some guy said, look,
not necessarily. Am I the only one that picked up on that?
I am not attacking Drew, but I will say this, and this guy verified it. He said he did a quick search of Drew on the internet and found many, many civil cases where he sues people all the time. Mark, I don't know what to do. I want to help him with the GoFundMe, but I don't think...
I didn't know. I wasn't around for that call. I
said I would log on and I would help him. I want people to go to the GoFundMe.
No. What I'm asking, someone said it dates back to where he ran into the tailgate. What does that have to do with it?
Okay. He was working, and making some money here and there, plus his disability and his Social Security.
Yeah.
Then he had this injury and said it stopped him from working completely.
Yeah, the injury, is it the one where he literally walked into a tailgate and blamed the truck?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
I mean, what do you say to that? So
if you go to GoFundMe,
to what everybody needs to know, what I'm talking about is picture a pickup truck, the tailgate's down, the guy's in like a Home Depot parking lot or wherever, I don't know where he was. Drew runs in, walks into the tailgate and injures himself, and it's the tailgate's fault.
Well, Mark, to his defense, to some degree, the truck, the SUV was parked perpendicular to the curb and up on the sidewalk, he said, with the tailgate extended, emptying or loading or unloading or whatever. And he says that's not where you expect to see a tailgate. I mean, but I don't understand it completely.
If a tree fell on the sidewalk, I'd know walk around.
Yeah, that's a good point. If a tree falls on the sidewalk, I'd know to step over it.
By the way, if you go to GoFundMe and you search Drew, D-R-E-W, Drew Bradford, B-R-A-D-F-O-R-D, you'll see why I wanted to edit his GoFundMe. I didn't say that. Listen, I'm not trying to down this guy, really. He's not a bad guy. I mean, but here's what he says. Here's his GoFundMe now. This is why I want to redo it. But I think he got the false impression I'm going to take it over. He wants me to put my phone number in there and take the emails. I can't do it. Here's what it says. I am being harmed by Kamala Harris. She is allowing.
I'll donate to him.
Listen,
you should have led with that. I thought this had to do with the tailgate.
No, but this is what his GoFundMe says. Listen, she is allowing me to be evicted, a poor 77-year-old Good Samaritan who has helped minority children and people, while she gives free rent to illegal aliens. Now, who's going to donate to that? I am a disabled good person in need of help. Kamala has put many African-American men in jail for pot while she smoked. She has the best smile and the worst heart. Please mail or phone to save me from eviction. Under Kamala, 98% of my life savings is gone. You're right, Mark. He never mentions anything about being injured.
Hold on, I'm donating to him as we speak.
Well, that's nice of you.
I didn't know he was one of my people.
Oh. By the way, I am going to log in and change that description, Mark. I don't think that's apropos. I really don't.
Well, it means, it's like he's campaigning for Donald Trump. I don't know what that is.
Now, we did talk again. We did research the case.
Hey, one of our listeners donated $75, man.
Deputy D, you did research this case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's a slim possibility he may get money, but it could take years.
Yeah,
and that's only if they settle. I don't get the impression.
Is it the tailgate case?
Well, there are two
cases.
There are two cases, and I didn't really care about which cases. This is going to come up first. The super important part is that none of them are going to result in a check. If they result in a check, it's not going to come soon enough to resolve Drew's dire financial situation.
And it's not going to be a lot of money.
No. Probably not. That's just a guess on my part.
He looks like somebody, and I can't place it.
I'm looking.
D, do you think that if he subpoenas the tailgate into court, he'll win the case?
Your Honor, I call the tailgate.
Well, look, here's the other part. Here's the part that doesn't look good for Drew. I just did a search of his lawsuits, and I got. It looks like at least a couple of pages of results of various lawsuits.
I know
and
it.
From what I see, none of them have gone
And he
his
says,
way.
I just fight for justice. I mean, I tried to tell him. Remember, Mark, years ago, I said, Drew, it looks like you just picked too many fights. I don't dislike the man. Do I think he's disillusioned? Yes, I do. Is he going to end up?
I don't even see any merit. I don't even understand how there could be a court date set over him walking into a tailgate.
There is no court
date.
They just filed lawsuits. There's no court date. Okay, we got to take a break anyway. And listen, I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. It's car day today. Let's talk about garage doors. Look, they're great. right? You can't live without them. You just take them for granted. But when something goes wrong, who do you call? One Clear Choice Garage Doors. They take care of everything, every part of the door, every part of the opener, every part. Yeah, they're good people. They really are. And all of their prices are on their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
They did clear the crash here eastbound I-70 out of East Colfax. They're doing a lot of construction on the highway, squeezing everybody down to that right lane. So we're still catching a pretty good backup from Tower Road as you make your way to Colfax through there. Seeing a little slowing southbound I-25 across downtown here, about I-70 to Spear. Eastbound I-76 seeing some bunching around Sheridan, no reason for it. And they did get that wreck cleared southbound or westbound Highway 119 at Airport outside the Longmont area. That's about it out here. As we take a look at your weather forecast for this for the rest of this morning, partly cloudy skies and a high of 57. It's 50 degrees now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of how The Apprentice made Trump a national hero and detail the first time Kamala Harris took her boss's job, and it wasn't Joe. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
Okay, I can't say enough about Vestera Turnkey. As you know, I recently got involved with an investment advisement company that I started. And I looked at Vestera, and they have wonderful programs for making you money in real estate. In fact, we're going to start investing some of our funds in that as a company. Here's what Barry Miller, esteemed real estate broker who started the buyer broker industry in America, he started it years ago. He invented it, really founded it. Anyway, he is now going out and identifying hot markets and places to buy rentals and management companies to take care of them. He has brilliant management people. And then he buys and sells with you or tells you when and how. And he takes care of all of the details. And you don't even have to take a phone call. Vestera Turnkey. And he has doubled people's money in 2 years. Vestera Turnkey. It's wonderful. I want you to go and just listen to his webinar coming up this month, okay? Now, all you have to do is go to this website to sign up for the webinar. The webinar is on the 26th. Register here, mybiggestrureturn.com. Mybiggestrureturn.com. Okay, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, you know what they are? Solar people. And they do it in a great way. They don't just do the contracts at the door and then sell the contracts. No, they handle everything. They have their installation crews. They have their service department. They are a full-service company. They do off-grid systems, battery backups, generators. They do big, giant commercial systems. They do whatever you need in solar, and that's redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449.
Man, I am happy.
I don't see anything about Drew on here. That's
weird. No, on GoFundMe, Mark?
No. I saw Drew there. I'm looking. Didn't he write a book?
There's one that says Our Best Friend.
Drew wrote a book?
Yeah, he wrote a few books.
By the way, the guy has a history of suing his former attorneys.
Uh-oh.
That's
I think he sued Tom once.
There's a company called R12C, whatever it is.
Yeah, there's one here called Our Best Friend. It's out of stock.
Now, these are different Drews. I don't know if he wrote a book. I really thought he did.
Suze would know.
All right. So what
Did Drew write a book? Oh, she's on the phone.
No, whether it was the two Drews.
Oh, it definitely wasn't. That dude had two names, though. He had a real name that we used on the air and a fake one.
Who was that,
Who was
Mark?
the crazy guy passing shit out.
Mark, who was that?
The one who was passing out the flyers to the girls in the park.
Suzanne.
What's that?
Who was
oh,
the guy?
Todd. Look at 1D.
What was his real name?
And I just need to know what the
Carlos?
No, I'm picturing his face.
Yeah, he went by Todd, but I always use his real
It wasn't Drew
name.
that was handing out the stuff, right? Okay.
No. It was Todd, but he also has a real name. I thought it was Carlos.
It's not Carlos. Let me see here.
Does anybody on YouTube remember Todd's
Todd
real
with
name?
The flyer.
Rico Suave.
The guy handing out
It
flyers.
is Rico.
Oh, hey, I nailed that.
It was Rico?
I'm pretty sure it's Rico. I'm looking at his emails. Here, I've got his charts. I've got
I'm going
everything.
to play some three-card Monte on that one.
The original.
Carlos.
Did you see what Todd has to say?
Survey says?
Ricardo. Ricardo.
That's close.
You are so
Mine
close.
was closer.
And the great Kreskin.
Carlos. And what did I say? Carlos Ricarlos.
You said
I said
Carlos.
Rico.
He said Rico. It's Ricardo.
How is that close?
Between both
Jesus.
of us, we nailed it.
Between both.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
In one of these court documents I'm reading, in 99, Drew Bradford, if it's the same Drew, sued his twin brother, who's an attorney.
Friday, girl, Friday.
Daisy, are you listening, Mark?
I am, but I can barely hear him compared to you.
Drew should have opened his
go
door.
ahead,
might as
he's
well walk.
talking.
He's looking for
Now
free
say
money.
it.
Yeah, so
Poor
if
Drew,
it's the
everybody
same,
hates him.
if
Let
it's
him
the same
learn.
Drew Bradford, he
That's one of our
sued an
YouTubers.
attorney who's his twin brother.
He
in
sued
New
his
Jersey.
twin brother attorney.
Yeah, he alleged that the respondent's
that's
negligence
Todd
had caused their father's death
Wow.
Well, that sounds like the right Drew.
That sounds like the right Drew.
because blah blah blah. It caused him to come into contact with asbestos while visiting respondent at his home. God.
Probably left the tailgate down.
Apparently, he sued the governor of New Jersey.
That's
And
probably
he-
what they were loading in the truck. They were trying to get rid of the asbestos.
What's amazing
left
is
that book
he
open.
got a settlement of $2,750 for that in '99.
That's probably because that's a hell of a lot cheaper than hiring an attorney.
But his twin brother
Hey,
is an
shit
attorney.
happens,
It
man.
may have been his twin, or he could have just
I-
been jumping back and forth from desk to desk.
I've contemplating suing Suzanne a few times. So.
Does she have enough insurance to make it worthwhile?
No, she owns everything, so therefore I can get half my own shit if I sue her.
Make sure she has a nice insurance policy for you to collect on too.
We know she doesn't have common sense. She's sitting next to Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
This research on I don't know if you heard about it, but that this professor did on money anxiety and inflows and outflows to the market. It is freaking fascinating. I mean, I'm going to send it to you, the white paper, if you ever want to read it. It's
Yeah, send
fast.
it.
Oh my God, it's But one of the things he's proposing is amazing, and that is that people's checking accounts.
10 seconds,
Oh,
guys.
never mind, I'll talk.
30 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to get to the phones. Tim has a 2015 Dodge Half-Turn. Yeah, today is car day, so we are taking car calls, but we'll take any calls and talk about anything you'd like. Jeff Vick is with us from Kimmer Transmission. So what is happening with you, Tim? How can we help you? I hope we can.
Morning. My son's pickup is in a limp mode right now. And would it be better? Would it be better to take it to a transmission guy to diagnose it, or a regular mechanic, even though it affects the transmission?
Well, if you believe it's transmission related, then yes, the transmission specialist, whether you bring it to me or another reputable shop, that is going to be your starting point.
Most regular shops, Tim, they can look at it and tell you something's wrong, but the bottom line is they're either going to order a rebuilt unit from a company like Jasper out of state or something, then install it. They're not going to tear it down, find the problems, rebuild the whole thing. You'll have a warranty in there. That's the main difference.
And you'd be amazed how many times that transmission, whether they take it out of the truck or they bring me the truck, but that ends up in my shop anyway.
Really?
Okay, so it is. So you're saying it is transmission?
No, I haven't checked out the truck. I can't tell you it's transmission. If you believe it's transmission, then I would use a transmission shop. Well, is it stuck in a single gear?
Yeah, it's like stuck in fourth gear.
Yeah, the likelihood is that that's going to be transmission related, and it could be something as simple as a sensor. It could be something as complicated as an overhaul. But a good transmission shop's going to look at it, give you an honest evaluation, and an honest price to go along with the repair.
Hey, when you say a sensor on something like that, Jeff, I guess I don't understand that part. So on that truck, is it like a tree or what is it? What 2015 Dodge?
I'm assuming you probably have the 6-speed. It's not the rotator dial, right? It's not the 8-speed.
So the sensor, like if it breaks and it's in a certain gear, it just can no longer move again?
Well, the computer can no longer make decisions. Say the input speed sensor goes bad. It recognizes that the output speed sensor is moving. It knows the truck's rolling, but it doesn't know how fast the front of the transmission's moving.
So it doesn't know what gear to be in.
It gets scared. So it goes into limp. Fourth gear, we've got enough power where we can legitimately get away from a stop. And if we have to and we're on the highway, we haven't locked this thing up when it goes into limp. So it gives you the ability to get to a shop to get it checked out.
Oh, so actually it's kind of designed if that sensor goes out to go into fourth gear.
It is a programmed failsafe.
Wow, Tim, you might get off easy, brother.
I don't know, man. Yeah, we're hoping. We're hoping, though. But you know what? My son looked it up, and it could very well be an electrical issue. But that's the final deal is it puts it in that mode no matter what, no matter what's wrong with it.
We're going to have Kelly give you Jeff's number.
Yeah, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom Martino. Stick around.
Get him, Kels.
Okay.
Easy
All right.
peasy. Top of the RP break.
I'm going to get you one of those rascals, bro.
I'm stepping away.
Good riddance.
Yeah.
So you can't give him.
They only have a wheelchair? Well, that is kind of weird these days.
Yeah, you would think that they would have some of those mobility chairs or something.
I think like the malls, I think almost everybody does.
Yeah.
Walmart does.
I'm gonna order pizza.
Yeah, they all do. That is
So, do
weird
you
for
want
the outlet malls.
It's the same stuff, right?
Hell no.
Unless you want to take something.
Need a rascal, boy.
Yeah.
Let's see.
If this keeps up, I'm probably going to ask for a handicap placard.
I wouldn't. I'd ask for it now. And then I'd let your buddy Mark use it when he goes to the when he goes to the Trump rally. There was so many people that looked perfect in the handicap line for the Trump rally. I mean, like a 30-year-old guy wearing yoga pants. I'm like, and they can't ask you what the handicap is.
Well, you know what the handicap is there, don't you?
Did you end up putting the new one in, or?
No. I was right the first time. So they said you were downloading porn, so they disabled the account.
They blocked it.
No, for some reason, he said the computer account was disabled. So when you rebooted it,
it didn't know.
the
It didn't know where to go.
So he re-enabled it, and
Cool.
I'm going to try it now. If it doesn't work, oh, it looks like it's working. CCRDN1 in. Welcome.
Sweet.
Do you want to switch around?
I really don't care. You can stay there. I'm pretty comfy right here, right now.
All right. Well, if you change your mind.
Yeah.
That just means you're in charge now. So everything that
The
goes
star
wrong,
of the show, Dominic.
Yeah, everything that goes wrong is now on you. Yeah, but why in the world it gave me the Azure error, I have no idea. So there we go.
We had an Azure server for quite a while, actually. I finally got rid of it.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with it. It's just
They're big, man. I mean, they're huge.
It's one of those where it was the way corporate went about doing it. It's like pick one.
Yeah.
And do it. The way that they mishmashed it, it's like because literally for the longest time, there are issues between our Active Directory domain, our Exchange domain, talking to the Azure domain. So if you're on the Azure domain, sometimes you can't see the servers. You can't see any of the shared stuff.
That's weird.
Because the shared stuff isn't on Azure, so
Yeah.
it's like if it's not on Azure, Azure doesn't want it. Let's go ahead. No, just no. I'm doing that right now. Is there not a? There's not.
I have a video from probably 01, 02, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing a computer show here, and you're my board op.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking unbelievable.
I've been here 24 years.
Yeah, from day one, right? Or did you start after?
I started. No.
You weren't at. Were you at 13th and Lawrence?
No.
Okay.
I started here. I've been in this building the whole time.
Yeah.
But.
I have a dish full of tiny ball bearings that I'm jiggling to simulate the motion of, for example,
I was on your show within a year. Starting, I think it was 6 months after I started.
So 01, 02. Yeah, that was crazy, man. God, whatever happened to him? Do you know? Is he okay? Cool.
No good.
I remember I used to play poker back then, and I'd see him up on the hill occasionally.
See?
Who
All right,
was the?
Here you go. It's your show now.
Who else was at that time on K-Hal?
Peter, of course. Boyles.
Yeah, Tom.
Tom.
Who
Reggie.
Reggie, and then who was after Reggie?
Oh, great. I mean, the podcast.
I don't either.
Or no,
Right.
There
You
is
still have
Capless Silverman, but I think that was a little later.
That was way later. But it was
Not
because I
that
did
terrible.
you and Reggie, and then I was just doing Reggie, and then I was doing Scott Redmond. So you know. Took over.
I don't remember Redmond.
First spot. And then it was Redmond and Newman with Gunny Bob. 7 minutes in. And then they got
Oh, Gunny Bob. God, I forgot about him.
And then Gunny Bob took over, and then Brownie took over from Bob.
Yeah.
Anything I can help you with, Jeff? What do you need? You got help you with? Oh no, I just have you.
Unless you wanted to hold his dick.
Stop it.
Yeah. And then you say that.
Well, I don't know. Jeff might be.
It's always more fun with a friend.
I don't know.
Luckily, in my practice, I never had to look at one.
You might these days.
You're right.
He didn't have the bobbits.
Hey, they're asking what's wrong with you. People on YouTube. Talib did.
Oh.
What's up with Jeff?
It looks like it's most likely rheumatoid arthritis, but I can't get into the rheumatologist until next month to get a confirmation on that.
Yeah, Jeff, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, he didn't mean your leg. He just wants to know what's wrong with you.
You did it!
You're my hero.
Anthony's hasn't turned his And what's messed up is now, if you call outside of hours, they used to answer.
Who?
Before 11, Anthony's.
Anthony, pizza.
Yeah, but now, if you call outside of their phones, it automatically texts you their hours and ordering online.
Where you used to be able to order earlier.
You would call it 10:30 and order. I mean, here's the thing: you can't order online if you put in our address. It says out of their delivery range.
I bet Kelly screwed it up somehow.
And by the way, I just texted you for the 10th time. It's like basically I just got another.
So you can't.
Until they turn their phones on, I can't order. Wow. And they open at 11, so 11:06.
Literally, the host said the Internet Explorer was slow, so he rebooted it.
You're good. You're just not sending anything right now. I know. I just think I'm recording. Whatever. I'm recording over some stuff. I think, but that's fine.
No,
That's
you're
great.
at the end. Yeah. 10 seconds, guys.
Oh wow.
So open.
What?
3 is an audition.
Oh.
So that
on 630 K-Hal.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the second hour of the show, 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by GenesisTotalExteriors.com. They do a line siding, which is like a lifetime siding. You can get even dark colors that won't warp, won't chip, won't peel, way better than vinyl. Not much of an upgrade price either. It's really a great siding, a lifetime siding. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Welcome to the show. Jeff Fick's with us from Kimmer Transmissions. Today is car day. I do have some texts on that, and we will get to those. And we'll get to any calls. It doesn't have to be car related, of course. And we have a full gang today. And let me get to the, put them up on the studio here. We have Jeff Fick over there on screen left. We have Deputy Doc in the background above Jeff. And then we have Suze at the main desk chair. And then Major Mark Major to the right screen. And then welcome. That's if you're streaming. And that's YouTube, Troubleshooter Network. But most of our people are on radio, and we love you. And call in with any problems, questions, or complaints. Here's a text about transmissions. The woman mentioned a grinding sound. Other people mentioned other sounds. Jeff, somebody should put out an index on what sounds mean. That's interesting. So let me ask you, Jeff, what do sounds mean? How do you know if a sound's coming from the transmission or from the motor, or don't you know?
Well, most of the time, I mean, first of all, if it's coming from the transmission, it's going to almost be like a muffled, it sounds like it's inside something. It's not going to sound external. So i.e., like if you have a brake noise or if you have a belt squealing, you can tell that that's outside of a component. It's not housed inside anything. Then transmissions will typically be, is it going to be going along with road speed? Does it match engine speed? That'll give you an idea whether we're looking at input side of transmission, output side of the transmission.
Oh. So if it changes with RPM, what does it mean?
Well, it still doesn't mean that it's transmission.
Right.
It just means that whatever those components are making the noise, they're relative to the engine speed, but it's more dependent on the drive side as opposed to the driven
Now,
side.
let's say it doesn't change so much with RPM, but it does change with speed.
Well, then the likelihood is, if you pretty much eliminated an engine, but it could still be a transmission, you could still be looking into differentials, transfer cases, wheel bearings.
Do they call that? What do they call that part that's not the engine, but it's the tranny and the axles and all of that?
Well, you have the transfer case, and that's what gives you four-wheel drive capability.
All right.
And then you have the differentials, which is what diverts the power to individual wheels.
So in any case, can we all agree that noises are not natural?
Some noises
really.
actually are, so when we have customers come back or come in complaining of certain gear noises, oftentimes we send them away and tell them it is normal. Gears are made for durability, not for stealth.
Okay. Now, as far as temperatures, cold, hot, whatever, what is the deal when it comes to the outside temps? Would we tend to have more trouble or less trouble with a tranny?
You'll tend to have more trouble during the summer when the ambient temperatures are up. Yeah, because you're still trying to. Thermal management is huge on a mechanical device. With transmissions, they are very, very dependent on working at specific temperatures. Transmission fluid itself will break down after about 230 degrees. You get up to 50, 260, 270, and you're rapidly deteriorating the life of that transmission.
When do you need a transmission cooler?
Primarily most coolers is used, I'd like to see them on trucks, on RVs, anything that's pulling a lot of weight so you can get that heat away from it.
Can anyone add a transmission cooler to any vehicle basically?
I would say on some of the older vehicles, yes, you definitely could. The plumbing was a lot more simple. The plumbing on today's vehicles, a lot more complicated. If you don't know what you're doing, you can cause yourself big issues.
Very interesting. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Lucas is the one that talked to Mark yesterday, and we were discussing that a little earlier in the show. And I want Lucas to recap his problem, and Mark can take that. And so let's talk about it. Lucas, you called yesterday, and just really for those listening now, just recap your problem in general.
Yeah, sure. So I ended a lease at a property recently, and we were on a month-to-month lease, and despite that fact, they're trying to charge us an early move-out fee, even though we have email documentation stating, yeah, you're good to go.
Well, when did this is what I didn't understand. Then it's Mark's case here. When was the lease up? What date was the lease up?
Looks like September 1st.
September?
No, or is that on the 30-day?
That was after the 30-day.
When was your actual lease up?
August 1st.
Are they claiming that when you stayed after August 1st, it reverted to a new one-year lease?
No, I think they're just stating we didn't give them proper notice, but we definitely did.
Okay. And what would proper notice be according to the lease?
I have to look back, but it may be.
I think it's 30 days because the lease converts to after 12 months. The lease, if you do not give them notice that you're moving out, converts to month at a higher rate. Is that correct?
Correct, and then you need to give 30 days.
Then you need to give 30 days.
Then
notice.
why? Then where did they even come up with early termination?
I have no
Because
idea,
they
and
switched.
They're not responding to any calls.
Yeah, they switched managers, is what I believe.
But
he asks the old manager Levi. Levi was the old manager, correct?
But I understand that. But either manager can read that he had a month-to-month lease and had to give 30 days notice. So what the charge that they gave you, are they claiming you left early on the month-to-month or left early on a year?
They're not making any kind of claim. They're simply giving me an invoice and not talking.
Okay, well, on the invoice, how does it delineate? Mark, did we actually get a copy of that invoice? How does
I did not see the invoice.
Yeah, that's what I want to. How does it delineate the charges to come up with that charge?
Yeah, it just says early termination fee.
In addition to, is that the only thing you're being charged? Early termination?
There's some prorated rent and utilities, but that's basically it.
And then early termination, but there is no early termination.
He actually asked, listen to this. This is May 8th. Hi, Levi. Our plan is to carry the lease to the end of August. So we would do the month-to-month lease for July and August. Can you let me know what we need to sign to make this so? And then Levi, the current manager at the time, replies, you do not need to sign another contract, as your current contract has verbiage that makes it automatically roll to a month-to-month basis unless written notice is provided that you're moving out. The only thing we need from you is a notice to vacate. This can be provided 30 days prior to you moving out of your apartment. That's it.
That's right.
Well, okay, so now, what action have they taken?
The new management company has contacted me about the fee and sent me an invoice.
You know what I tell
But
them?
they haven't actually taken anything. Did you get your deposit back?
No.
If you took out the termination fee and you applied the deposit to other stuff, do they owe you a deposit or not?
They do.
How much of it?
The majority, $200 deposit.
Okay, so we're talking about a couple $100. Did you move into your new place yet?
Yes.
I tell them to pound sand and sue me. And then if they actually go through with it, I can't see in a million
Yeah, that's right.
years.
Since they didn't take the money yet, then
we're only talking a couple $100. And if they do sue you, then you countersue them.
Well,
for
Mark,
that.
what do you mean a couple hundred? In other words, he would have gotten a couple $100 back, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he only would have got a couple $100 back. In fact, I might even go a step further if I really didn't like these people. I might actually sue them for the deposit. I might just do that. Reading all the correspondence between you and the old management, I have no idea why the new management is even trying to do this.
Yeah, makes no sense.
But, dude, you're in the driver's seat, man. You're 100% in the driver's seat with the exception of a couple $100. They're not going to put anything on your credit. If they did, they'd be crazy. If they took you to court and won, then they could put something on your credit, but they'd have to do that.
All right, hold on, and we'll come back. We'll have more coming up, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Hi, I'm Terrell Day.
They're just answering Todd here.
There is nothing more important than your health. Shop Colorado's largest selection of quality fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, you can find the right equipment to work out on your schedule right from home. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever
Why am I
been.
hearing dial
We have
tone?
the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment you can buy. You can save up to 50% off.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Fitness Gallery to find the right equipment and get moving today.
The best water heater deals anywhere. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank, fully installed. The old one taken out and hauled away. $14.99 for a 50-gallon. Let's say you want another big size or smaller size. No, not smaller, but bigger. The prices are still lower than anyone, and they say, put us to the test. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. The lowest prices for water heaters, 668-6844, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Hey, Lazy Days RV is the RV authority. No matter where you are, where you're going, you're going to find them around the country for your support, whether you're trading in to buy a new one, maybe just selling your old one, or buying a brand new one outright. Whatever it is, Lazy Days has you covered. They also have service departments around the country, including up here north of Denver at exit 240 and I-25. That's lazydays.com, your RV authority. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. You know what? He sells for more money and quicker than the market, and he'll prove it with stats. No one else can do that. They make the claims, but they can't prove it. Frank Duran can also do something else. He can evaluate your home, tell you what it will sell for based on his 30 years of experience, come pretty close, and he's pretty good at pricing homes to get bidding wars. He doesn't start out really high and then work down low. You got to let him work his magic. A certified negotiation expert. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Announcing Williams Jewelers annual
How much time do I
Antique
have?
and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show.
Good 3 years.
Yeah, I know, because I can always have.
Maybe 3.5 years
that.
you start exercising.
Hey.
I thought it was all downhill after 70.
That's what he said.
I'm just throwing the studio up so it won't matter.
Pretty slow.
Okay.
I can't believe it's almost 10% today. I own so much fucking Nokia. Or Nokia. Is it Nokia or Nokia?
No say.
Kia.
It's
Nokia.
No say.
Oh, Hyundai and Nokia. They have teamed up to make a new car.
Remember when Chevrolet first came into the market and they had the guys driving around the track and he was trying to no, it was for Isuzu. And he was trying to get him to say Isuzu.
Isuzu.
And it's a Japanese guy. Isuzu. That's okay. I can't say Chevrolet.
Chevrolet.
Hey, Todd, to answer your question, whether it's a transmission, transfer case, or differentials, I recommend every 3 years or 36,000 miles, unless you've had something that requires you to actually move that up. Transmission cooler on a ZF6, unless you're really, really loading that truck, you're not going to want to go through that headache, and it's truly not necessary.
Jeff won't do my tranny service next year, so I got to bring it
On your
somewhere
coach?
else. Yeah.
Hell no.
Come on, man.
I can't afford to buy new employees, man.
The only place I've seen a lift, I know like Trans West probably has one, but there was a place right across from my Goodyear on Peoria in Montbello that worked on, I think it was Aero buses, and they had these lifts that would literally bring the entire bus up, just like our car lifts. Unbelievable, man.
My lift is 25,000 pounds.
I'm not talking pounds.
Oh, I know. And then the wheelbase, I think we're 26 foot.
Oh, you can take any 450 then, right?
Oh,
All
yeah.
day long.
Oh, yeah. When I originally got that, because we had our original 4-post, I bought it used. And it was an alignment rack that was no longer good for alignments.
Here?
Problem was it was too short. I had one of our tow companies bringing in our tow trucks. We could get it on there, but we had to deflate the front tires and chain the truck to the front.
Wow.
Well, one day I had a guy that didn't chain it.
Oh, no.
I had that lift
Even closer.
Did you really? Oh my gosh.
Look at that plus on the day. Don't say it.
That's what I like to do here.
Click and then zoom
$62
out.
million.
That's a fucking small
I
Mercedes.
did need a new purse.
That's a, yeah.
Need something to carry all that money in is what you need.
The one thing I will always say about Suzanne, I mean, she's never
Is this the
been
same
one
thing
to
you
like
told me?
to buy those crazy fucking purses. We know someone that spends the dollars on purses.
It's the same thing with shoes. I don't understand the fascination with shoes.
She doesn't. Well,
Yeah.
she's got a lot of shoes, but not
I can
not like
understand
Gucci.
yeah, I can understand accessorizing, but women that they've got 15,000
Yeah.
pairs of shoes. I don't get it.
I tell her, I lay it down. If Sam's doesn't have it, Costco doesn't have it, Suzanne
he
doesn't
lays
have
it
it.
down all right.
It's simple.
Just remember, they watch Lifetime to get a husband.
10 seconds, 5 seconds.
Time to get rid of him.
Him down. Turn him.
Out.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And you'll see we got a studio full. We also have people as guests. So
And we got
Jeff-
yummy pizza coming.
Well, so do I. Hey, people, Friday's pizza day, so you can all order your own, and we all eat together.
It's like Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like the
COVID
troubleshooter communion.
That's COVID-like. I'll do it all by Zoom.
303-713-TALK. Listen,
Speaking of communion, what'd you think about Harris not going to that Catholic Charities
oh,
deal?
did you hear the jokes Gaffigan made? I love that comedian anyway.
He's good. Did he ever get Me Too'd? I forget. It wasn't him. I think it
Oh,
was
no,
somebody else.
never. In fact,
Gaffigan.
he's also pretty damn clean. I love him. I love his comedy. He normally never talks about politics, really. And he really didn't. What he said was pretty funny. He said, where's Kamala? He says, we have a room full of Catholics and Jews in New York City. He says, that's a layup for a liberal.
God, yeah.
And by the way, why didn't she go there? Does anyone know?
Because she can't think on her own. So, I mean, that would be very impromptu. Although the funny part is she probably does have some of the best comic writers in the world at her fingertips. So I think it was a blown moment.
Yeah. Now, Lucas, this Deputy D has a question. Let me bring us up here. Okay, go ahead, D. What did you want to ask him on? So for those listening, he has an apartment, and the lease expired, reverted month to month. He moved out, gave 30 days notice after 2 months, and following the lease expiration, and they're charging him $5,000. So go ahead.
Lucas, what date did you actually move out of Promenade?
September 2nd.
I'm sorry, what was that?
September 2nd?
And what
September
date?
2nd.
And what date did you give them notice of your intent to move out on September 2nd?
I believe it was July 31st. Yes.
How did you submit
Wait a minute. July 31st, you gave him 30 days notice, which you should have done. So then at the end of August, you would have been moved out.
Well, I'm staring at the email, guys. July 31st.
Yeah.
He wrote, we are currently on a month-to-month lease. Our last day will be September 1st, 2024.
But he moved out September 2nd.
Yeah.
Well,
and then he even put,
hold
to
on.
clarify, beginning September 2nd, we will no longer be in the apartment.
Yeah, but let me explain something to you. You're not allowed to pick the rental period. If the period ran, I don't know when it ran, Mark, but listen, if it ran from the 1st to the end of the month, and you start another rental period, it is another month. Okay, just so you know, which would mean this. This could be their reasoning. So if you're starting another month, September 2nd, that would obligate you for September. And if you did not give 30 days notice for that, it would obligate you for October.
Yeah, but this was written on July 31st. So
No.
he gave them 30 days
That's
notice.
right, Mark. He did. 30 days notice. And if the rental period was at the end of August, he should not have stayed there September 1st and 2nd unless they allowed him to and charged him prorated rent. But many times they don't allow you on a month-to-month.
Well, he actually said there's prorated on his invoice.
Did they prorate for September 1st and 2nd?
Yeah, we did leave on the 1st, by the way, but it was prorated for the 1st.
They charge you for the day you left, right?
Yes.
Can I ask you something? Why didn't you just leave at the end of August like you said?
Timing with the move to a new
all right,
location.
all right. So they did charge you for that one day.
Yeah, and the guy replied, the current manager, thanks for sending this over. I will put your notice in. Please send me your new address. I
Mark,
mean, it's crazy.
He replied before he held over September 1st. I get what you're saying, Mark, but what I'm thinking is they're automated. They're looking at this thing. They see, wait a minute, month to month, he left September 1st. That's another 30 days. How much was your rent every month?
Oh, about $2,600. I can't recall exactly.
I think that, okay. And how much are they charging you for early termination? 50 what?
52.18.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're charging him for the month for September and for the 30 days for October.
I know exactly what they're charging him for, but that's not what the old manager agreed to.
But the old manager
the
did not
old
agree.
manager agreed that he would be out at the end of August, and he stayed till September
okay, you handle
1st.
This one, you have all the emails too.
Yeah, but Mark,
emails tell the entire story. I don't know why we see it so differently.
Mark, listen, please listen. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you that the manager acknowledged he would be out at the end of August. Enough said. Now that manager leaves. All of a sudden,
first of all, he never says the end of August. He never says that anywhere. It's always September 1st.
Okay. You're not allowed to pick. What if he said, I'm going to be out September 6th? You're not allowed to simply pick your exit date. It's 30 days from the beginning of the next cycle. It's not just any 30 days you want. Go check the law. I'm positive on that. I am absolutely positive, unless the lease allows it. So if he gave 30 days, July 31st, it was for the next 30-day period of the rent period, not any 30 days he wanted. And it would end it at the end of August. That previous manager said, okay, even though the guy said, I'm going to be out September 1st or 2nd, that is notice, but it doesn't release him from the next holdover period unless they allow him to in the lease. I don't really know the ifs, ands, and buts of every single word of that lease. So we agree. He gave proper notice to be out at the end of August. He gave proper notice. Did he give proper notice to be out by the end of September? I'm not sure he did.
Then why would they charge him for the prorated day?
No,
they're going to charge him for the proration.
That's right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That would indicate, you're right. That would indicate that they accepted that term
this
and
guy
figured.
in email. Let me read this one. You just sent over a 3 and 6 month lease option. I want a 1 or 2 month lease period. What do I need to do this? I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
And it says once your contract has gone month to month, you can continue on month to month without being locked into a contract any further.
Right.
Let me know if you'll be any of assistance.
Right. And he's not locked into a contract, meaning a term. But when you revert from a written lease to a month to month, the previous terms of that lease apply as far as notice and rental period. You can't just make a new rental period. So for example, at the end of his lease, he can't, if the period went from the 1st to the 30th or 1st to 31st, you can't at the end of your lease say, from now on, I'm going to go from the 15th to the 15th. You can't do that. It takes on the same exact characteristic, but it doesn't matter. You're right. They charge him for 1 day. It kind of indicated that, okay, you held over an extra day. We're charging you for that day. Then they, on top of it, basically are charging him for another 60 days. That part I don't understand. I do think he's going to win because it's ambiguous at best. And I think that's the part that you have strong. But what we were trying to do is figure out what kind of reasoning did they have behind it. Because at first it seemed so arbitrary that they were charging him an extra $5,200. And then I realized these people in their minds are saying, well, you stayed for September by staying an extra day, and you didn't give us 30 days for October, so you stayed for October too. I think it's ridiculous. So I do think he'll win. Lucas, let us know how it works out, though. And as Mark said, if you want to refute it, don't refute it. Just wait for them to come after you and put up your defense. I think that's good advice. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Barbara has a question on a transmission. Barbara, Jeff Fix with us from Kimmer Transmission. What's going on?
Well, I have a 2014 Subaru Outback. There's nothing wrong with the transmission, but what I'm curious about is that it has the paddle, so you can make it an manual, or you can leave it in automatic. And I wondered if I should put it in the manual once a month, or...
You know, that's a good question. Jeff, exactly what does that do? I have paddles too. What does that do?
Yeah, it gives you control or somewhat control override of the computer itself, because the computer's making calculated decisions when to create a shift, depending on load demand, depending on whether you're cruising, whether your foot's on the brakes, so on and so forth.
But if I shift down and it's going too high of an RPM, what will it do?
The computer will override you in order to save that car. The computer is designed to say, you know what, Tom's an idiot. Don't let this guy drive this car, and I'm going to take over.
So give me an idea when it wouldn't take over and when I would use it.
Most of the time, because I use mine quite a bit too. I also have engine braking on mine, exhaust brake. I like it inside the mountains. You're pulling down hills or whatnot. You want to control your speed without riding the brake. Pull it down a gear. Let the truck or the car actually help keep you from descending too quickly. Same thing when you're going up and downhill, and that transmission's getting really, really shift busy. It's going into fourth, then it jumps into fifth. It can only stay there for a few seconds as it's got dropped back into fourth. Well, you know what? Take the computer out of it, drop it into fourth, eat the gas a little bit, and save that car a little.
Need to take a break here soon.
Does that sound right to you? Barbara, do you understand what he's saying?
Yeah, because I live in the mountains, and I was just wondering if I should use that like a manual transmission.
Especially in the mountains. That thing's
saves your
specifically designed
brakes.
from you. It saves your brakes. When you're pulling hills, you believe it or not, it sounds like you're going to use more gas because you're not using fifth or you're not using fourth, but you'll actually save because you're not deep into the throttle trying to keep that car going.
So you're talking about both going down the mountain and up the mountain.
100%, yes.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Even though I've lived up here for 40 years, I know the terrain, but I just didn't know if it was good to use the paddles.
That's what they're there for.
So what Jeff, what you're saying, so when climbing a mountain, if I'm going up the mountain and it shifts to fifth gear or fourth gear, whatever my highest gear is, the engine's working harder than it would if I let it shift to third.
It's in those cases where you're pulling the hill and shifts to fifth, and then you actually start to lose speed, so it drops to fourth, catch up speed, and then it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's when you want to pull it down and just hold a consistent speed where the car's comfortable.
Okay, but if you go too fast, it'll switch anyway, even if you have the paddle, right?
Yeah, on today's newer cars, the 14, it's not quite as sensitive, but if you're driving it around a 20, 21, 22, that thing's going to tell it. It's going to know that you're a moron, and it's going to shift.
Thank you very much, Barbara. We got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Well, if you're out traveling the highways here late in the morning, we're actually in pretty good shape for the most part. We do have a little slowing eastbound I-76, Sheridan up to Federal, southbound I-25, that downtown stretch, a little sluggish here from I-70 to Spear. We are seeing some delays for either direction of 270 across Commerce City. Pretty typical stuff in there. You do have construction tying up eastbound I-70 here. They've got that left lane coned off approaching East Colfax, and traffic jammed up pretty good from Tower Road. So give yourself a few extra minutes through there. Denver weather for today, partly cloudy skies and a high only of 57 today. Right now we're at 50 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of how The Apprentice made Trump a national hero and detail the first time Kamala Harris took her boss's job, and it wasn't Joe. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
GenesisTotalExteriors.com. From the roof, soffits, fascia, siding, windows, doors, stucco, decks, painting, fencing, and more. If it's on the outside of your house, Genesis will do it. Even the insides, of course, they do home improvements in the winter, and they do mold mitigation once they discover it, so you can have them test and mitigate mold the honest way without scaring the hell out of you. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
I sent everything over to Brad. I want to see what he says about it.
Yeah, good.
He actually is pretty good if he has everything in front
We
of
should,
him.
yeah, and then we can get them on. That's a great idea. I think that their weakness is prorating that one day. It's almost like they're saying, here, this is what you pay. Then they arbitrarily throw in $5,000.
I think they didn't arbitrarily throw it in. They're saying that's the
yeah.
In the lease, that is the early termination. The problem is he didn't terminate early.
Right. Well, I know. Unless they're thinking he terminated that month early. It's crazy. But that's what...
Yeah, they were getting on you for your comment about, sometimes when you're driving and you space out a little, and they're like, you should not be doing that while driving.
What would be funny, you terminate your lease a month early, and it's $2,000. So instead of them taking the $2,000 for that month, they charge you the $5,000 early termination fee.
Yes, certainly.
That'd be a hell of an argument in court.
I can't pull from SIA for a while. And then the other...
What kind of pizza you got coming? You got them fish heads on there or what?
Yes, I do.
Did you? Does it stink up the whole house?
Well, it hasn't come yet, but no, it doesn't normally.
Dimitri, you won't eat that crap, will you?
Well, he's out talking to that this one case. No, he loves it. In fact,
you get more attention from the cat when those show up.
You're for damn sure. Honest to God,
that's funny.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way,
you should get a dog.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark. So the red pill was coined by a professor at the University of Colorado.
What's it mean?
After Katrina, when people were complaining, she said they should just take the red pill and shut up. So I don't know how that got to be.
What the hell's that mean, the red pill?
That comes from a movie, right?
I was just reading what it said.
Red pilled. Red pill was something. It had some significance.
It'll recognize it's the right length. Do I?
COVID anymore. And they just basically said no.
Yes, sir. What was the question? When he comes back with the...
People look at the Statue of Liberty and they see a proud symbol of our history as a nation of immigrants, a beacon of hope for people around the world. Donald looks at the Statue of Liberty and sees a 4, maybe a 5, if she loses the torch and tablet and changes her hair. That is a fucking funny line. I don't like Hillary, but that shit's funny. God.
I'll give him a 10-second warning, pot him down, take him out of queue, put him on.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm pretty fast with the fade up, because he can sometimes jump in relatively quickly, or he may take a minute or two.
Makes sense.
Where is that Anthony's. Is that the one off of Arapahoe?
No, it's on West Dartmouth, the one that serves you guys.
I guess we have the same one as
Dartmouth.
They're always
It's
complaining
weird.
when they go over to his house.
28370 or drhi.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, what's going on? How can we help you? It's car day today. Brenda has a question about small claims court. Hi, Brenda. What's going on with you?
Well, I've talked to you in the past, and I've got my small claims court. It's coming up for mediation next week.
Now, what did you call? Did you talk to us about the case itself in the past?
Yes, it basically was I moved from an apartment complex, gave them all the notice. They never returned my deposit. A year later,
Nice.
when I tried to move again, I found that they also put a derogatory comment on my rental history saying I owed them money.
But
And
they
so
never
I-
contacted you after you moved out, one way or the other.
No, they said that they put a copy of it on the door for the apartment of the old apartment, but it was after I had already vacated it, and I had given them my forwarding address. I have proof of mail through Postal Service that I didn't get anything from them in the time frame, the 60 days or any time after that. So I'm getting ready. Small claims court in Arapahoe County was 6 months. My mediation is next week, and I found out that they're going to have an attorney that's representing there at the mediation, which
Really?
makes me a little nervous.
No, I wouldn't. It doesn't matter. It's still the same relaxed rules. That doesn't matter. Do not let that scare you.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
so
I'm
hold on.
getting ready-
Are you suing for the treble damages?
Yes.
Okay.
And for them to remove that derogatory comment because I was not able to move to another apartment in May of 2024.
Where does that derogatory comment show up?
Rental
It
history.
had.
Yeah,
it
but
on-
where?
It had to show up in rental history.
Well, what does
I
that
don't know
mean?
exactly
Mark,
where.
excuse me. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know of any place where people go to see a rental history.
I would assume LexisNexis.
I don't.
Well,
Is
all I
it,
know-
Brenda? Where is
all
it
I
showing
know-
up? Is it showing
She's
up?
not gonna know.
Is it on your credit report?
No, it's not on the credit report.
Huh.
All I know is when I applied, the property manager that I applied for the new place with said that they found something in my history that said that
That's
I owed the
interesting.
old place
I
money.
wasn't actually aware of that. If landlords communicate on a portal or
Yeah,
not,
I'm sure it's either LexisNexis or CoreLogic or something along those lines. Absolutely.
Yep.
In fact, Experian might even have that.
Okay, so keep going. What's going on, Brenda?
Okay. So we're going to do the mediation. I'm pretty confident that I'm going to win this because
Well,
I have
let me
proof from-
interrupt you real quick. What you need to do when it comes to the treble damages, did you pull down the actual statute about treble damages and the deposit?
I didn't pull it down.
Yeah,
I
you need to
honestly
pull
have
it down,
listened to you
print it
guys.
out, and just keep harping on it. They had to return
Yeah,
that money
yeah.
within 30 or 60 days. And if they didn't, that's all you care about right now.
Okay, but they're also saying that I owe them money, and they sent
How
me
much do they
notice
say you owe?
like $1,300.
Boy, they better have. I wonder how they're supposed to communicate. What are they claiming? They left literally a notice on your door? Was that before you moved out?
No, they left a notice on after I moved out. And what's funny
Well,
is
that's
when I
dumb.
contacted
I mean, how do
them
you
in
even?
May,
Are there really?
that's it.
Wait, hold on a second. They would literally say that to the judge. We put this notice up after she moved out.
well, they're saying that they sent it, but I have proof through. I did a forwarding and drill through the mail, from the old address to the new address, and I have pictures of everything that came in from the.
Oh,
old
hold
to
on
the
a
new.
sec. Okay, so I think you're going to win.
Well, I am, but the question I have, the second question was, it's a apartment complex. Even if I win and get a judgment to have them remove the derogatory comment, and I can show that to people, how do I ever get money collected from these people or get anything, even if I get a judgment?
Well, no. If
Because
you get a
collecting
judgment,
is hard.
you probably will collect from them easier than you would an individual.
Oh, really?
Oh, absolutely. Well, a couple things you can do. You can hire an attorney to do it on contingency, a collection attorney, or you can do what's called interrogatories, where you ask.
she's going to get paid. I mean, if they say treble damages, unless if it's like some individual landlord that's gone bankrupt or something. But what you do on the credit part, you need to figure out where it came from. You got to figure out, was it LexisNexis? Was it one of the other ones?
Hey, Mark, what I'm looking at here is didn't you mention CoreLogic? Did you mention that?
Yeah, CoreLogic.
How do you know? Hold on. How did you know about CoreLogic? It's called SafeRent. Have you used it before?
I've never used it, but they also do like banking history.
Okay. And then there's something called RealPage, and there's something called TransUnion SmartMove and Experience Rent Bureau.
Yeah, they all have their own, but it doesn't come up under your credit history. It's completely different. Same with banking. But what you got to, let's say it came from LexisNexis.
Yes.
You need to dispute it just like you would anything else. So if you win this case and you get the treble damages or even win it in mediation and they write it up, the judge signs it, then you'll go to LexisNexis and you'll upload that and say this is total BS. In fact, here's the proof.
All right, we got to take a break.
Remove it.
All right, we got to take a break. We got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Well, if you're out traveling the highways here late in the morning, we're actually in pretty good shape for the most part. We do have a little slowing eastbound I-76, Sheridan up to Federal, southbound I-25, that downtown stretch, a little sluggish here from I-70 to Spear. We are seeing some delays for either direction of 270 across Commerce City. Pretty typical stuff in there. You do have construction tying up eastbound I-70 here. They've got that left lane coned off approaching East Colfax, and traffic jammed up pretty good from Tower Road. So give yourself a few extra minutes through there. Denver weather for today, partly cloudy skies and a high only of 57 today. Right now we're at 50 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 in my garage after I overpaid for new blinds. I researched the industry, hired my mom, and 14 years later, we're one of the largest retailers of custom blinds in the U.S. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies loves talking to you about your retirement and what to do to build a nest egg to keep it safe and to truly be ready for retirement, including planning for your estate planning, your long-term care, and other things. They look at all the elements you have, and they try to put together a plan that'll make you feel safe and happy and secure. And they're happy to talk to you about what they do and how they save you money. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, that's rpcenter.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. Hey, this coming like October 24th, it's just a few days from now, you can go to the AMC Theater in Parker on the 20 Mile Road. It's 20 Mile AMC, and there's going to be a movie event about the retirement dilemma and about what people face in their retirement, put on by MyMoneyMyWay.com, Joe Chiano and his team. And they will be providing refreshments and a really pleasant environment for you to learn about retirement and what you face going forward in retirement. And they hope then that'll help you make wise decisions. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Reserve your ticket, 303-779-6600. 303-779-6600.
Do you have a remote cabin or want to live off-grid?
I don't think Texas is going to take Georgia out.
Did you hit Broncos last night?
Oh, was that a great game?
Man.
That was a fucking great
game.
Well,
the defense has been good all year. And it looks like Nick's is finally,
It doesn't hurt that they've got a lot of first stringers who are out of that game.
Oh, my God. The only reason that was a blowout is that whole thing. They even swapped their quarterback at the end.
Derek Carr wasn't in there. I mean, kudos to Carr. I mean, he was all out there for Rattler. He was trying to keep
it always goes to
I cannot fucking
top
believe
chat
this.
always.
I just can't fucking
you have to manually go to all.
Did they do something recently?
I mean,
have you noticed what's weird, man? So yesterday, they had earnings yesterday or the day before, and I dropped 4%, and that's a lot. I mean, I've got a lot of this stock.
Chat,
So it
you
drops
will automatically
4%. It's like,
disregard a
oh,
whole bunch
shit.
of comments.
But then over the last 2 days, it's gone up. So the earnings weren't great. But some way in the last 2 days, it's jumped 12, 13%. So I have no idea why ultimately it's up 8 or 9, unless they initiated another buyback or something. I don't know. I look for the news. I don't see any news that would make it this drastic. I don't know what it is. The problem is Nokia is a company that's like Switzerland or some shit.
Hard time, because that's already started. We scroll down. H for hard time. H for hard time. So those will start at that time.
Oh, good. Kelly's taken off.
The only thing we will worry about is when it
is she
comes
doing?
time, we will want to make sure whatever pot this one is, is faded mid-fade, because it hits really hard in the beginning. Correct. And that pot number will change.
She's going to take Monday and Tuesday.
This.
Of when?
Next week.
She's telling you and not me that.
We will want the music, the iHeart.
Well, I was telling her to go home today.
Oh.
Well, she's not feeling well?
We can do it now, but
I don't know what's going on.
This will then also be on audition. And
I've got a dentist appointment Monday morning. It's a $50 cancellation if I cancel now.
I'll do it. Don't worry about it. I'll do it here.
On Monday?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do Tuesday.
Yeah, that's fine. And I think Wednesday, I got to look at what day
I can
we're
take
leaving.
the phones on Monday if you want.
What are you talking about leaving?
Me and you going for to that place, Waldorf.
Oh, well, when are we doing that?
Well, it's got to be on the 23rd, 24th.
Did you book a dog sitter?
No, we'll look at it.
Take it though. Do
Well,
we?
do you want me to
Okay, a
handle the
couple
phone?
things.
I was trying to
Did we
help 'em out.
need to go to Joe's thing?
When is that?
That's next week. I didn't know.
What date is it?
Wednesday or Thursday? I forget. I forget on the spots.
Perfect.
Mark, you what I said?
No, Doc.
I can handle the phones on Monday if you'd like and let you free.
If you Doc, if you have not done them, you have no clue.
Really?
Yep.
Not
10 seconds?
saying that.
You would have to. One of us would have to do.
Listen now. Free never sounded so good.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so let's take some calls, see what's on your mind. We have another 2 hours to go. Of course, we're toward the end of this one. Jeff, I have a couple texts here maybe you can weigh in on. And are there, Jeff, and you talked about the constant velocity transmissions. What do you call them again?
Continuously variable.
Okay. What does that mean? I'm asking that, and then I'll go to the text.
And it literally describes what it's doing. So you've got two opposing cones with a belt on there, and they can change size, large to small. So as opposed to actually switching gears with a specific ratio, they can move anywhere in between.
Aren't they more efficient?
Yes, they can definitely be more efficient, more durable, has yet to be.
But shouldn't they last longer? That's not the text either. I'll get to the text. But in my opinion, if you have this belt going up and down a cone for different drive ratios, and you're not grinding gears and switching gears and having clutches and all of that.
Well, you still have clutches inside there. You still have to have a forward clutch. You still have to have a reverse clutch.
Well, yeah. But I mean, you don't have as much moving parts, right?
Correct. You do not have as many moving parts.
So why aren't they more reliable?
You know, with more technology and with more engineering, that they potentially could be. That's just not that's not what's being put on the market.
Okay, so the text asks, are there any of those that are better than others as far as manufacturers?
As you know, I'm actually, as far as the average daily driver, where you've got people out there in Nissans, Toyotas, Hondas, Subaru, in my opinion, is probably the most durable CVT on the market. Along with that, when failures do occur, the price tag goes up on them too. I mean, a replacement on a Subaru TV can cost you upwards of $10,000.
I mean, to me, it just sounds brilliant to me that inside.
It's not a bad concept. It's literally stealing snowmobile technology. But instead of using a magnetic clutch, we've got a torque converter in order to separate the power from the engine to the transmission.
Okay, now, what about then, let's see, that transmission compared to just conventional transmissions? Conventional transmissions, what would be the advantage?
Primarily the durability, especially if you're getting into the truck market.
And then somebody wanted to know, this was a few weeks ago, I put it away, about do electric cars have transmissions?
No, they do not. They're direct drive.
So that means it just literally goes straight to the wheel.
It goes straight to the wheel. Now, they're changing a lot of the dynamics as of how they're going to be doing that in order to increase the suspension abilities and whatnot. But it's actually really smart technology and a lot less loss getting to the ground.
Okay, so a little power means little slower and more power is faster. That's simple.
Pretty much.
All right, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
No, I think.
Okay, I'm going to go upstairs. Take advantage.
Pizza's ready.
Top of the RP break.
Pizza.
Pizza's not here yet.
Eats app.
I'll let you know.
You got 6 minutes.
Nice thing, Kelly. I'll be way too frazzled to
No, Tom left the desk. I think he got his first.
You'll get around.
Now Eric's on his way over here.
Kelly. Can someone play the Kelly song for me?
Kelly.
Can you hear me? Kelly.
K-E-L-L.
Kelly.
I can't you believe you guys had never heard that? I love that. She's mine.
I don't think she's taking Monday, Tuesday.
You know?
I don't know what she's doing. I just, that's all I know how to say it. No idea. Here, you tell me how you take this. I told her to take today off so she has a 3-day weekend.
I think that's what she's saying. She's taking the weekend off. So I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Jeffrey.
Yes, senor.
Senor Jeffrey.
Mark Holmes.
Where's Senior Kevin today?
Hello, Yady.
Yeah, Holmes. Don't
where's
call
Senior,
me
where's
Yady.
Senior Kevin today? Is he-
Jersey?
No, I think he was out of town.
Giving Drew a hand?
We sent him on the Drew case.
Kevin.
That would really be funny.
We assigned Drew
I
to...
don't see Kevin actually tolerating Drew
Good
for
morning,
very long.
Suze. I'm going to be out of town this weekend. No show for me Friday.
I went over to someplace on
Mark
Wednesday
wants to
to
know
help one of our
you're
clients.
checking
It was my
on
second or third road trip. And you actually get to meet the people and see what the problem is.
Long trip?
No, it was on Aurora. It was a couple of miles from where I live.
What is it, Doc?
Oh, I went over to that. Remember, you got very anxious or vociferous about the people who've been living in an apartment for 17 years, and then when they moved out, there were a whole bunch of charges, and you said they should get down on their knees and be thankful.
Oh, hell yeah. Did you figure it out?
Well, I went over there with her.
Yeah.
And we got a bunch of stuff deducted.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Most of it or what?
No, I mean...
But was she happy?
Yeah, but then there was stuff on a new apartment, so the AC wasn't working. So the guy was there, I made him promise that he would fix the AC, and she was going to call me if he didn't do it.
Cool.
Did you tell her it's cold and windy out today? She doesn't need the goddamn AC?
And then she was
Yeah, I
worried
know how to
about-
be a landlord. Open the fucking window, lady.
Don't you have a bowl of ice?
Soak your feet.
You
Then
sit
you-
on a bowl of ice.
Then you stick your head in it.
I can't believe it's October. It's crazy.
October's half over,
know.
babe.
I know.
we're in the last third of October now.
I'm telling you, I know when it's going to snow.
How big is your lot? How big is your lot?
6 acres.
6 acres. So it's not like you guys have trick-or-treaters.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
We got bears.
They
can be
trick or
trick-or-treaters.
treat.
They,
know that
they,
issues with them.
they always look in the trash can.
You know that's going to be the first day it snows.
So we have a HOA that is, it just went up. It used to be like $1. It's not mandatory, but it's like $1 or $10. And I think it went up to $15 a year. And really all it's for is on Halloween, somebody brings her tractor out with
Does
a
a
big
hayride
and
thing.
does a hayride for the kids. And that's the Halloween
We've got
thing.
our HOAs on the hill, but we actually get a lot for our fucking money, especially during the winter.
How much is
because,
it?
We're $135
A month?
For, no, a quarter.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, during the winter, they're out there with the snowcats grooming all the freaking roads and trails and everything else. You know, during the summer, they groom down the freaking washboarded roads. They do a ton up there, so well paid. It also includes our trash. We got a trash compactor on the hill.
Anthony says, we just left Tom Martino's house. Be there shortly.
Are you fucking serious? Are you dead
No,
serious?
it says, it's ready for
That
pickup.
would've
It'll
been
be
your
out
ass,
shortly
Martino.
for delivery.
That would have been their ass.
Holding up our pizza.
That would have been
Damn
war.
Dimitri and Tommy.
We lived in a place called the Gun Club, which was on Dartmouth and Hampton, basically. And it was 2 rows of houses, you know, an inner circle and outer circle around the pond, around the lake. On Halloween, they literally would bring a bus from one of these undeveloped neighborhoods and have the kids trick or treat in our neighborhood because it was safe.
Yeah. We used to go when I was pretty young. We'd go over to the neighborhood behind us because they were bigger, fancier homes with
Heck yeah,
full-size
man. Had to
candy
show
bars.
up at the Leprino's house, man.
Yeah.
Were you guys the kind that would put the bowl out that says, please take one?
We didn't say please take one. We just left the bowl out.
Mark had no respect for those people.
You were the fat kid.
Don't forget, because we were.
I do it to teach him a lesson.
I took the bowl.
I'll show them.
That was good Tupperware.
They declared bankruptcy.
What's that?
Tupperware.
God, I didn't know that.
That doesn't surprise me. With all the quick, easy, disposable ones you can just buy off the shelf.
I know.
Oh yeah, once Walmart started selling the knockoff.
Well, it's not even just Walmart because you got Glad,
Everybody.
you got Ziploc, you know.
And they just are disposable.
Yeah. And if you're going to spend the money on it, you might as well get the Pyrex.
Right.
Oh, yes. Yay.
So then you can take it right from the freezer and throw it in the oven.
Oh, the baby bundle.
God, I'm shocked. I just can't get over this fucking Nokia.
Oh, you're gonna swipe left and right.
Until it closes, for the bottom will fall out.
I'm waiting for it to break $5. I'll be
Too good
so
to be
happy.
true. Too good
Ron,
to be
if you want to
true.
get sick, take a look at stock EQIX.
What is it?
Just take a look at it.
EQIX.
10 seconds, Tom.
Yes, sir.
10 seconds, Tom.
Yes, sir.
It's kind of electronic storage or something.
K-How.
You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Today is car day. We can talk about anything you want, but it is car day. I'll bring up our friends in the studio. We got all kinds of things going on today. We got Jeff Vick from Kimmer Transmission. We have Deputy Doc. We have Major Mark Major and Suze. And also, of course, Deputy D over here with me. So welcome. We are here to help you any way we can. So give us a call. This hour brought to you by something I'm very proud of. And Mark, thank you for the kind words yesterday. Wave 8 Wealth Management. We are basically, I want to tell you this. We're overwhelmed by the response. Thank you, people, for trusting us. And we are limiting our size. We will get back to you. I promise you, if you've called, 303-771-HELP. It started out like 6 years ago. We did a private fund, and then I wanted to move into general investing for people based on everything I've done for myself. 100% has been for myself up until the point we got registered with the securities people and became a public firm, so we're able to serve the public. And I'm very proud of it. We're very, very happy. And I just want to tell you some basic things. We absolutely pledge that all of our own money is invested along with yours. Never would we suggest anything we're not doing. And that's it. And we absolutely, positively invest your money and counsel you about your money. Let me explain why I say that. The financial industry, I'm not saying it's misleading and I'm not saying it's bad. Please listen. But 98% of all financial advisors, even big firms that you think are financial advisors, they're not truly doing the investing or the counseling of your money. They are asking you questions and they have relationships with you. They're nice people. Then what they do is they get your risk tolerance and your appetite, your goals, your objections, and then what they do is they take that fund you have or the money you have and they place it with a broker-dealer with like money. They do not, on a day-to-day basis, deal with your money. I promise you that. Not 98% of them. And they're middlemen. They make a spread. Now, sometimes they do a great job for you. That's great. So you have people that do that. Then you have people that want boutique, like we do, direct communication, limited size. It's really an extension of what I'm doing for myself. And, of course, it's geared toward your goals. And then you have people like Mark and Ross Kaminsky and people who do everything for themselves. That there are rare people who do that, but trust me when I tell you, it takes a lot of time, to do your own stuff like that. And then you have a lot of day traders. We're not talking about any of that. What I'm talking about basically is what we do is hold your hand and do everything that we do. So if you want help like that, 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. That's me and my team. Yes, I am an owner. I am an investor, and I do stand to profit from it, meaning we charge fees. Those are disclaimers I want to tell you. 303-771-HELP. It's Wave 8 wealthmanagement.com or W8WM.com. Mark says that sucks. Get something simpler. But anyway, that's what we have right now. You can also go wave8capital.com. So listen, one thing I want to mention, though, when it comes to, and I wanted to ask Mark about this because I came across this guy, and maybe I'll have him on the show sometime. It is fascinating to me, fascinating. Mark, he talks about the money anxiety index. Have you heard of that? The money anxiety index. I didn't realize.
Are you referring to something like the VIX?
I don't know if it's called. I don't know if what you're referring to is that, but there's actually a money anxiety index, meaning they poll people on how they feel about the economy and about all of the things going on, and what this one professor did is he started tracking the money anxiety index and how it affects ETFs. The reason he went to ETFs is because they're not exactly like mutual funds, but they are big funds, exchange traded funds. And the money that flows in and out has a direct correlation to anxiety index, and how they invest has a lot to do with the anxiety index. And he did a fascinating thing by tracking that. And he could almost damn near predict the outcomes of certain ETFs based on the anxiety index. And he put together a plan, one of the plans that we're following. We love this guy. And also, it's one of the strategies we use. But he's proposing something for the future. And I'm going to get him on the show about it. Listen to this, Mark. He's saying that banks around the world, around the country, are kind of screwing people when they don't, because they either do two things. Some have the audacity to charge people for accounts. I mean, really, to charge you for accounts. Like, you might keep a business account there with thousands of dollars running in and out of it every day. And they
I agree, but that's few and far.
Yes. Now, but then they have some that pay very low interest, right? Very few.
If any.
Right. And then you have some that pay a pretty okayer amount of interest. Okay, so you have three categories. People who pay a little interest, people who pay a normal, kind of all right, decent interest. This guy had a different theory. And again, no one's doing it right now, but when you talk to him, I know you'll like him because he's not a nut. I mean, this guy is a behavioral scientist and a neuroscientist, behavioral scientist that went into economics. And he is proposing that there be bank accounts established that mirror the ETF funds. So banks can actually, so when you have a regular checking account, you actually make money as if that money's invested.
Well, Charles Schwab does stuff like that.
Well, yeah, but it may do things like that, but it's not this is a guaranteed account, meaning that you would not have any losses ever. And it would only grow based on what they return, okay? Anyway, I just thought it was fascinating. And again, there's a lot of fascinating stuff going on in the industry. And a lot of people believe, and I don't know how you're feeling, Mark, since you do a lot of your own individual investing. What do you feel, what do you like to do around elections when it comes to investing? What do you like to do?
Boy, I've gone either way. 2 years ago, I actually liquidated. Now, when I say liquidated accounts, you got to remember, I am never talking about my IRAs.
Of course not.
I rarely make changes in those unless if I see something really coming up that I want to liquidate one thing and buy another. So what I'm talking about is more or less trading accounts that aren't qualified.
So do you like being in the security of cash during elections?
No, not necessarily. I have went all cash probably 2 years ago. I did go all cash, and it probably ended up costing me some money. So I have done that. This year, it has nothing to do really with the election, but I'm probably going to take some massive gains this year, more or less for tax purposes. I want to get them done and out of the way and take them this year. And I might jump right back into some of those stocks when they go down, because I do think some stuff is way overpriced that I'm in. I think I can take some pretty good gains right now, and I don't see a downside in it because I'd find it hard to believe some of them are going to go up much higher. And if they do, then I'll jump into something else.
Okay, now, do you believe that based on your own portfolios and stuff and your observations, without getting, I'm not asking what you want or what you like or what you, I'm asking you, during the 4 years that Trump was in office compared to the 4 years with Biden, your stock portfolio and the stock market from your perspective. People, we're talking his perspective only. And if you want to give your perspective, you can. But what have you found? Because really and truly, I don't believe the stock market suffered under Biden.
I've made more the last 2 years than I did the prior 2 years. I could tell you that. I'd have to go and look.
But what about under Trump?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I made more under the last 2 years in the stock market than I did prior to the last 2 years. I mean, I've had incredible gains the last 2 years, but a lot of that are the stocks I'm in AI. AI is massive. Microsoft, Walmart is just Walmart and Microsoft have absolutely killed for me. Microsoft, I'm probably up, 30, 35%. Walmart, I think I'm almost up 60%. It's just some of the stocks have been incredible.
Now,
Walmart split. I think when they split, my average share cost was around 40, if I recall. Now it's 80. That's a double, man.
Now listen to this. Under Trump, the S&P 500 rose 48%.
Yeah.
Now listen, this and you're going to pick up on this, I hope. Under Biden, it rose 50%.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at what that means. 48% under Trump versus 50% under Biden. But the 50% under Biden was after a new low, or not new low like depression, but a low from COVID-19.
Well, it's the same thing they do with employment numbers.
That's
All the
right.
employment
That's right.
numbers that
That's
came back
right.
were
In other
people that
words, he
couldn't
took
work.
it over in such a time. And when they say Trump left us with this and left us with a bad stock market and bad unemployment, it was COVID-19 that did that. How can people not take that into consideration?
People do take it into consideration.
Yeah, well, smart people.
I don't think that, no, not just the smart ones. I think the average person listening right now realizes when they say, oh, we've had the biggest job growth ever. Trump ran it into the ground. They know that was COVID. They're not morons. They were stuck in their house for 2 years.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised when they were having the debate how, I saw CNN.
I understand talking points. That's not, I'm talking real people.
Yeah.
Real people that are listening right now know what happened with COVID. My God, you'd have to be dumb not to.
Well, of course.
I just have more. You know what? I think the average Joe's smarter than you do. How's that?
What do you mean smarter?
I think they're smarter. They're more logical than you're thinking. I realize the talking points on MSNBC, but I'm telling you, even if people are voting for Harris, I can't imagine they believe the crap coming out of the mouth of these people.
Here are some raw numbers. If you take COVID-19 out of the mix and you take raw performance, the S&P 500 increased
Have a break here coming up.
65% under Trump's full term. 65%.
Yeah, but that's fake math because it didn't happen. Big deal. You must agree with that.
No, it actually did happen, 65%.
Only over a period of his administration, though.
And Biden's went up 48%. So the S&P increased over his full term, with much of the growth driven by corporate cuts and deregulation and boosted business investments. So in other words, Biden's was 48%. But I would say that people who feel like they're better off this 4 years than the previous 4 years,
they're lying.
Well, I'd like people to tell us. But the problem is people can't tell us without, spewing vulgarities and hate.
The real bottom line is, and this is the part that most people see, the price of stuff is so high right now. These prices are never going to come down. And it just doesn't even matter why. But the bottom line is they spent too much money.
It's true. Okay, we got to take a break, Mark. They're climbing all over me for this, so I'm going to take this break. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up.
Cybersecurity Awareness Month is still going strong, and LifeLock has a message about phishing. The scams cyber criminals use to trick victims into allowing access to their devices so they can steal your personal information. Being aware of potential phishing scams is one way to help protect your personal information. LifeLock alerts you to more uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft issues that arise. Start protecting your identity with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use my first name, Clay, as your promo code. Terms apply.
ZeroResDenver.com. That is the website where you go to find out about Zero Res, and Zero Res is a great company, and the name says it all. Zero residue, ZeroRes.com. The carpet cleaners I have in my home for one simple reason. Everything they do is pure. They have the purest, softest, cleanest water that they use. It's like an empty water, which means it absorbs and carries away other things. You can't do that with hard water or regular water or treated water. You got to do it with pure softened water like Zero Res. That's why they leave no residue behind. In fact, they take all the residue out from previous cleaning, the pathogens, the allergens, and all of the crap, and leave your carpets not only looking new and feeling new too. It's wonderful, Zero Res. And because the carpets are the biggest air filter in your home, they leave your air quality better, too. They're healthy, safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you, and they have great pricing, too. You got to go to the website to find out more. They are the carpet cleaner you will never let go of once you get them. 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150, where you feel the clean. Hey, if you want choice, you want Gravina's windows. What do I mean by that? There are a lot of people that have one or two windows, or they have one or two doors. Oh, they can get more if you want them, but they don't know anything about them. Gravina's windows, they have 50 lines of windows and probably 20 or more lines of siding, doors, and what they do is give you choice. They give you the pros and cons of all of them. Nick running the company now for his dad, Larry, who started in '88. These people are smart. The window gurus at Gravina's. GravinaWindows.com, that's singular, GravinaWindows.com. And these are the Gravinas, the original Gravinas, 950 West Evans, 303-472-8462.
Is rap music a confession or an artistic expression? Listen.
And it won. How much? Oh, that's insane.
I bet $250 on the Broncos winning more than 5 games.
Hey, Mark.
I think they can go 8.
Mark.
If you look at the schedule, I think they can go 8.
Please look at the call screener, because I was told specifically it was 45, and the screener says
I think they
38.
have a real shot at 8.
So I just don't want to fuck up what we have on recordings and everything we've been doing.
I don't know what you're...
The call screener, line 6, please.
Yeah, no, no. I owe him that. I wanted... Oh, wait. I see what you're saying.
It should be 45, or we can't be inconsistent.
Yeah, all the commercials are 45. I don't.
And George said 45.
I agree with you. We should have had an 8 in it. We're checking.
I'm put 45 up, and I just talked to him off
Let's
the air.
just do it. But the whole premise is I've literally gotten 2 emails. I'm not going to... The one was crazy. They said, hey, I've had another company do a special like this, and they spent a half hour or so, but these guys were out there for 2 hours, and the thing looked brand new, and they didn't even try to sell me anything. They just let me know other stuff they did and put a sticker on. I mean, I could... I'll forward you the text, but it was like, holy shit. Let me see something here. So right now, where's Poly Market? Right here. Top 60%. Come on. So basically the Poly Market, which is, they're making it up of different blockchain-based betting sites. 60% chance of Trump victory. It's the first time it broke to 60%. Since late July, before Joe Biden, became dumb. Yeah, it's like it just suddenly happened,
That's when the real woke crowd came out. We just woke up to this.
So Betfair, that's a huge one in Europe, 58%. Kalashi, I don't know where that is.
Sounds like it's got to be in Japan.
57. They bet on anything, man. And then Predict It's 54. Smarkets 58. And then there's one at 62. But he's as far as betting markets, I mean that's pretty big, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, people don't throw money away for nothing just because they like a guy.
Yeah. What would be smart if you really thought that? I always want to say Hillary now. I swear to God. It's the cackle. They both have the same cackle.
Oh no. Definitely Harris's is worse.
Yeah, I think so too.
What is mailspace.com that just charged me $1? Mailspace.
Oh.
I don't know.
Testing to make sure your card works.
It's Anthony's Pizza.
That's what it sounds like, doesn't it? Let's see if they get away with it.
Pizzas. See you, Tom. Oh.
I already had pizza, bro. They come to me first.
Oh shit!
Yeah, John Libby, I just saw that 60%.
Okay, wait. On, down.
Hey, Mark, what's the meaning of that poll?
Well, I wanted to see, who put it on there.
I agree. In other words,
no,
it should
but
be
hold on.
simple.
I want to tell you why.
I counsel
Someone-
people. Okay.
Someone actually put on.
Got 10 seconds here.
But let me explain something.
Yeah.
For approval.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local
I'll talk to you later.
fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Tony, you have a comment. Go ahead, Tony. What's going on with you? Tony.
Can you hear me?
I can, sir. What's happening, Tony?
Did either of you watch the Al Smith dinner last night?
No, I did not.
I watched some of the highlights. Trump did really good.
Yeah, I got to replay this joke he told. It's clean enough for you.
Go ahead.
Quote, Chuck Schumer is here looking very glum. But look on the bright side, Chuck. Considering how woke your party has become, if Kamala loses, you still have the chance to become the first woman president.
Oh, man.
I thought that was a great joke.
Yes. Now, listen, what was this dinner we're talking about?
It's the annual Al Smith dinner put on by the Archdiocese in New York.
Wait. Wait. Is that the one where Gaffigan was?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't put that together.
Yeah, so they've done it every election cycle forever. I think the last time someone didn't show up, it was like Bob Dole or Mondale or someone from years ago. Mondale. But, I mean, like everybody shows up. Remember how contentious Hillary and Trump were? They both showed up. They took jabs at each other. But Kamala ran scared, decided not to come, sent a little video, and I didn't even watch the little video. It was ridiculous.
That's
and the Archdiocese was pretty upset at her, and I think she lost a lot of Catholic votes, honestly.
Well, that's odd that so she really just snubbed him.
Snubbed him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like how Kramer snubbed Jerry's ex-girlfriend.
God, you remember that? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mark, you wanted to bring up Garrett.
I did want to bring up Garrett. Bring up Garrett for us. Garrett, I haven't prepped anything with him. I've been talking about 888 heating forever, on and off. In fact, Tom and I both have. And I'm pulling up my text right now. I got a email. God, I'm so sorry. This is kind of right off the cuff here. Hold on. I got to find it because I want to say it verbatim for the listeners. So that special you guys are doing for $45, everybody hears these specials all the time. And we honestly, even though we advertise them, a lot of people we know don't even think much about them because they're inundated with them this time of year. But I got an email, Garrett, from somebody that said, okay, boom, I'm going to read it, but I'm going to leave one part out. Just had 888 heating come out for the inspection and clean, and oh boy, do they ever do a great job. The guy, Joe Hanna, I assume that's one of your texts, Garrett, very good, very knowledgeable, and the clean was over 2 hours and way more in-depth than, and I'm not going to say who it was, and probably will use them for all future repairs and give them a 5-star review. Now, I'm not going to say who that was from, but it's someone I highly respect. And then the next day, I got another one. So I don't know what you're doing for $45, but I wanted you to tell people because there is no one in the world that should not call for this for $45. So what's the deal, man?
Well, thanks for saying that, Mark. But what we got going is our normal tune-up we've been doing for years is just really in-depth already. And we do as much as we can do to make sure your furnace is safe and operating properly for the winter. But what we're really tired of is, like, our customers not getting what they pay for anymore. You know, you can go out to eat, and everything's so expensive with bad service. I really just don't like that, right? So we hire people with a servant's heart. We train them well. And what we normally did for $45, for your listeners, we're actually going to do it for $38. They can find that actually on my website. But what we decided to add is a complete blower cleaning. And what we normally charge $400 for, we're actually doing as part of our maintenance now. And from here on out, that's what we're doing. So we pull and clean the dirt and debris out of your blower motor, your blower wheel, and still do our technical tune-up on all the gas pressure, airflow, and just make sure everything's running right. But we just want to make sure that our customers and your listeners that have got us to where we are actually get what they pay for and feel like they got a good quality.
Oh, I can't believe for $45, this guy that emailed me said your guy was there, tore it apart, cleaned everything, put it back together, explained the other stuff you guys do, and said, look, if anything breaks there, it wasn't like a sales pitch or anything. Actually, it is a sales pitch, and you know this as well as I do, Tom. The bottom line is when you do a special like this and you soft sell it and clean it and give everybody just the best deal they ever got and don't try to upsell them everything, that is the best sale in the world, because when they do need something, what are they going to do?
You're going to call us back, Mark.
Of course.
They're going to call it back.
While we have you on, as long as we have you on, I'm going to ask you this, and this is really important. I know that a lot of people doing solar, you guys have been doing heat pumps or dual systems, meaning gas/electric. And maybe you didn't know. Maybe you knew this, Garrett. Do you know that they get to add that to the price of the solar system and get a tax credit on all of it?
Yeah, it's a really good deal when they get to do that. They got heat pump credits on the city of Denver, Colorado, tax, all sorts of stuff. You just got to look into it.
And that's in addition to the solar credits. But I'm saying if you couple it with a solar system, man, it's pretty damn cool. I mean, it's amazing to me.
All sorts of good deals.
Yeah. So, Garrett, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I know you guys are growing fast, and we love having you. 888heating.com.
I was going to say 888heating.com. It's unbelievable.
303-777-2776. Thank you, Garrett. 303. Yeah, it's 888heating.com, and I'll give that number again, 303-770-2776. Okay. Back to the phones. If you have any problems, questions, complaints, of course, it's car day. You can call with anything. You don't have to call with just cars. But I am getting some texts about cars as well. But I want to go right after this. I'll go to Drew to talk to him about this and more coming up.
If you could get a pizza spicy enough for me.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Problems working either direction of I-25 out here. It started off with this 3-car pileup southbound I-25 after 84th Avenue. They moved everything out of that center lane to the right lane and shoulder. So you want to keep left. If you're caught in these backups that start all the way back at 120th Avenue, that's about 30 minutes to wait through that traffic in there. Now we've got a problem here northbound I-25 just after the Alameda Bridge. A crash in the left lane. That is slowing that drive coming up from Colorado. New wreck coming in northbound Wadsworth at the Boulder Turnpike. Denver weather today, partly cloudy and a high of 57. It's 52 degrees now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
With Progressive Insurance, you can make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance. And cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Visit Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
All right. If you want the solar we just talked about, couple it with an electric heat pump or whatever. But if you want the solar, you go to Red Rocks Roof and Solar. They can coordinate everything. They're great people. They not only do sales, they do the service, and they do repairs, warranty work, installation. They know it all. They're the good people who take care of your solar system from beginning to end. And they can do commercial systems too, and they can coordinate grants for commercial systems that can pay for everything. Call them for more information, 303-704-2449, 303-704-2449, redrocksrs.com.
Smoked deer ribs for me one year. Remember Gary?
Awful.
Loved them. They were this big.
Thanks for
They
the
were
pizza.
delicious. I absolutely
so
loved them. You just don't like game, though. You're just not used to it.
Delicious cheese and fish.
You don't eat anything. I mean, she eats a ton of fish.
I love, and I don't know if this is considered game, buffalo, bison.
If you're getting it out of the store, it's not game.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What if you're getting it out of Ted Montana's?
Yeah. I mean, there's literally, and I was going to do it this year, but now that I'm not exactly walking, because I didn't get any hunting tags.
If you ever want me to cook wings for lunch, let me know.
Why not?
I don't know.
We'll get
Oh,
your
no
oven kind of
lottery.
dirty,
Yeah.
though, so you'll have to.
So we were going to go up. There's a
it
ranch up,
splatters
and they're all
fat.
just wild, roaming around, not wild, they're on the ranch.
It's got to be exposed
but
to
they're
the
all just
circulating
natural
air,
grass-fed,
or they will get soggy,
buffalo,
not crispy.
and go shoot a buffalo and bring that home.
I cook wings
'cause quite
about
frankly,
5
the
to 6
cost of the
times a week.
buffalo,
A week.
packaging and butchering and everything else.
Yeah.
It's actually
I'm
comes out about
composed of
$300
approximately
less
40%
if I buy
buffalo
a
wings.
cow.
Oh, okay.
They won't get crispy.
Plus, we get to go out and screw around in nature.
They need that convection
Yeah.
air and the super dry, super
But it's
hot
literally,
convection air.
I mean,
and the
buffalo,
super
it's,
dry
it's not a
oven.
hunt. It's a meat hunt. I mean, 'cause they walk you up,
I've tried
there
them
it
on
is.
the grill.
Okay, you shoot it. And then he brings over a tractor, lifts it up, puts it in your truck.
That's funny.
Hey, Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wasn't busting your balls on that website thing.
No, I know what you're saying. You're right, by the way.
People just don't know what the fuck it is. They don't know if it's EIGHT, even though you got that. But W's and M's, I don't think should be
now
in the same shit unless if it's a word.
Now, here's what I want to tell you. For registration, you had to have everything congruent to the name.
I got you.
Now I can do something that points to it.
I really like the one I emailed you.
Yeah, I know.
For the radio.
And I know. That's what I'm going. I'm going for maybe some variations
Well,
too.
it's
$5. Just
Tom,
fucking grab it.
I thought it was a weight site. You have W8, which is weight.
Shut up.
That's it. No,
No,
seriously.
I swear to God, yesterday when I did that spot, he asked me if you were in a weight loss thing. I'm not kidding.
Okay, I'm going to change it. I will, for commercial reasons. I have to keep the official one, but I can point to it.
You don't think W8 sounds like a weight loss, Tom?
Yes, of course. Weight. It's spelled weight.
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc. Thank you. So.
That's the most pizza I've ever seen you eat.
I'm only eating the toppings.
I know, but
hey.
During COVID, she couldn't touch Anthony's pizza. Remember,
Well,
it
she
made
couldn't
you almost
taste
feel
it,
sick.
remember? She couldn't taste it.
Well, it was the opposite. You couldn't even smell it, right? It was horrible to taste or smell.
The onion and garlic, forget it.
I'm having them out to do our furnace.
Who?
Garrett.
888.
Yeah. After that fucking text from Dan, I couldn't believe it.
Was that from Deputy Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And he's the pickiest motherfucker on the planet.
He is. I miss Dan. He is such a cool guy.
What?
Where's he at, like Bailey or Conifer or something like that? No, Central City.
He's got a cabin up there.
Oh, I thought he lived up there.
No, he's got a house down here and a cabin up there. It'd be a lot to live up where he does. That's like,
What's happening?
it's probably as
coming
wintry
in
as where your
Wednesday,
place is. I mean, imagine living there full time.
We have residents that do.
Yep, so does he in his place, yep.
Yeah. And, eventually we will.
Oh,
There's days that road's simply closed. So if you go up, if you take like from Golden, that back road, up to Central City or
93?
Blackhawk.
93.
93 to Blackhawk. You go through Blackhawk and keep going
10 seconds.
another 15
And
miles
you
up.
turn off into Blackhawk and keep going up like you're going to the old cemetery?
Is it okay if I ask Jeff a question about transmission service?
Absolutely. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm going to bring up Drew. I talked about it earlier in the show. I got an email where he's laying a guilt trip on me for not living up to my promise. I've tried to log into that damn thing 3 or 4 times. It won't let me without entering a verification code, which is sent to his cell phone, and he said, why don't you put your cell phone in and manage it from there? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put my cell phone nor my email address or anything. I told him what I would do is edit the description where I feel it would make a better appeal than the one he has. What I might do is simply email him that description and he can copy and paste it. I'm not going to get involved directly in collecting money or having my cell phone or my email on a GoFundMe site. So, Drew, is that what you wanted to talk about?
Yes. First of all, Tom, you did promise you were going to take over this site, and you were also going to advertise.
No, Drew. I never said I was going to take it over once in my life. What I said was, give me your login credentials. I will go in and edit it for you and make a better appeal for you, because the one you have up there is too political and incendiary, and it's not going to work. I never said I was going to take over the account. I will not do that. And if that's what you heard, that is part of your problem, because you're not hearing correctly.
Tom, first of all, you also said you were going to advertise it.
I said I would let people know about it, and I will. And I never said, are you going to acknowledge that I never said I was going to take it over?
In our last conversation, you gave a strong impression.
Okay, goodbye, Drew. I never want to talk to you again. Goodbye. I'm sorry. This is it. You know what, Drew? You got a big problem, and it's not me. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye. I'm done. I am done. I never said I'm going to take over his GoFundMe. In fact, I even told you it was not going to work. You need to do something else, Drew. You are a walking disaster. For years, you have been suing people and suing people and suing people and suing people. And now it's all caught up with you. You're injured, you ran out of money, and now you're hoping your latest lawsuits will support you. They will not. Neither will a GoFundMe site. I will send you by email a description that I believe you should copy and paste to your GoFundMe site. I will do you that. Tell him that, Kelly, off the air. And then I will block your email, because I'm not going to be guilt-tripped into that, okay? I'm not going to do it. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Man, I just, what were you going to say, Mark? I told you so, right? I say something, but anyway.
Mark was busy with pizza.
Oh, okay. Anyway, let's go back.
No, I heard it in there, man. And the only part I disagree with is you told him you were going to log in and do everything from here out.
Mark, don't even fool with him, because he doesn't. That is not something to do. Okay?
I know.
No, seriously, because he thinks that we have some conspiracy against him. What I said was, I did say I would log in and I would change the description for him. He needed help making his appeal. I could not log in because it asks for a verification code sent to a cell phone.
You know what you should do, and I'm sure he'll be listening to this. Seriously, you should write him that front paragraph and send it to him, and he can update.
Yeah, no, I'm going to. He can copy and paste it. I'm going to send him a description that would be better than the one he has. The one he has will never get him money.
Hey, Tom, he's back on the phone. He'd like to address the Deputy D, because we gave him the lawyer's name and phone number and also his phone number, and he hasn't heard anything.
Guess what? We did call the attorney.
Yeah, I called the attorney.
We did call the attorney.
I spoke with him.
Drew, we called your attorney, and we spoke to him for a long time. Okay?
Oh, well, I want to ask, Tom.
We did talk to your. Did you hear me? No. You know what, Drew? You do a lot of talking, but you don't do listening. So first, acknowledge. Did you hear me say we called your attorney?
Yes.
Do you believe that we called your attorney?
As of this morning, he said no one had called him.
Well, guess what? He's a liar, and you're a liar. Goodbye.
Wait, let me correct that. I spoke with him this morning.
Yes.
Not yesterday. I spoke with him this morning.
What time?
It was 9:40 our time, so New Jersey would have been 11:40.
11:40, New Jersey time. We talked to him. Okay, Drew?
Mr. Van Atten is the gentleman I
Yeah,
spoke
we
with.
talked to your attorney. So we found out.
What would the attorney say?
Well, okay. First of all, the attorney said, even though he was given permission to talk to us, he does not want us publishing facts of the case. So he told us about the case. Enough to know. Here's what we do know about the case, okay? Without giving specifics. It's going to be a long time before it's settled, if it is. Okay? We do know that, Drew. So it's not something that's going to come to your rescue in 2025 even, okay? So you got a problem. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. You may think I'm being mean to you, Drew, but I'm probably one of the few people in your life that will confront you and tell you the truth. Is he there?
Is it you don't have to take over the site? I got that impression, but just advertise it.
I will. As soon as I fix the description, I'm going to email you the description so you can copy and paste it in. Do you know how to do that?
I don't know anything about computers.
How did the first one get made?
The librarian did it.
And okay, she did not come up with the wording about Kamala, right?
It's my words.
Okay, then if I send you better wording, would you send it to your librarian to upload it?
Yes, I'll show it to them, but I want to tell you something. One of your listeners sent me $75 and said that they hope that Tom Martino continued to help me on the GoFundMe.
Well,
one of your listeners.
Oh, that's wonderful, Drew. I want to help you, but you don't understand something. And I'm going to say it once again. This will not be your answer. You need, at 77 years old, with limited income, you have a pension for disability, and you have Social Security. Since you have no other means of income, you need to leave New Jersey and find a place where you can live cheaper. Since you can't.
Thank you for telling me, Tom, thank you for telling me. I appreciate it, but I can't leave now. My attorney told me it's coming to trial in 6 months. I can't be 2,000 miles away.
Okay, if it comes to trial in 6 months, do you understand that could go on for 2 to 3 years? Do you know that?
If we win the jury trial, I think that will end it. In the meantime,
how much do you think you're going to get, Drew?
I've never had this before. I have a crippled right hand and right arm. I have 2 herniated discs and a contractured foot and an injury.
And that's all from walking into the tailgate of an SUV.
I didn't walk into the tailgate. Everybody, the guy back.
Got a break here in a second.
You were walking and it came down on you.
I was walking and it came down and hit me in the head where everybody walks.
Okay.
Wait, no, I really want to understand.
We got to take a break, Mark. Honest to God, we got to take a break. Or we're literally going to be into the next hour. Hold on.
Hit his head.
I mean, even a Tommy lift on the back of an 18.
What was his last name again?
Bradford.
Somebody sent us his GoFundMe, and now I can't find it.
Just go on to GoFundMe and just search Drew Bradford. You'll find it.
Oh, can you send it to me?
It's very easy. Just search Drew Bradford. It's the first thing that comes up.
How do you? What would I type in just the GoFundMe to find it?
That's all I did.
Suze, in the search on GoFundMe, Drew Bradford. It comes up immediately. The first one.
Bradford.
Drew Bradford. There he is.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, because I equated it to like that Bradford exchange bullshit.
Mark?
He's got $75.
Yeah, I know.
$20,000.
Oh, you didn't send him the donation you promised earlier in the show?
Mark,
I'll send
by
it.
tailgate, I think he means the rear cargo door that comes up. That's how you hit
the
your
real
head
cargo
on.
door.
It's an SUV.
I am being harmed by Kamala.
Oh, jeez.
She's allowing me to be a victim.
I know. It's all about Kamala. I swear to God.
Tom, go live. In the shade.
All right, Made in the Shade, that's the place you want to go when you're looking for window coverings. Made in the Shade is the only one who does it this way. They come to your house, and it's totally free of charge, complimentary. They measure everything and have a designer consult with you. They try to hit your budget. If you decide to move forward, then you order the stuff and they install it. It's wonderful. Everything's guaranteed. The products themselves, name brands, and the installation. Made in the Shade. DenverShades.co. The people you need to make your windows beautiful and the tasks to be easy. Don't try to do this stuff yourself. Made in the Shade, 720-458-6566. Now, coming up this month, you will be able on the 24th to go to Parker AMC Theater and watch a movie about retirement and some of the pitfalls of retirement and some of the things you need to do to get ready for retirement. It's not a sales event. It's informational. And Joe Chiano, certified financial planner, invites you. Sign up now. MyMoneyMyWay.com. MyMoneyMyWay.com. 303-779-6600. Thank you. Sorry.
Does your kitchen or bath...
So sus.
Got it.
I'm only catching parts of this.
Mark's speech.
How tall are you?
Who's he talking to?
So you're saying
Evidently
seriously
Papa
that
Smurf.
tailgate is that high on a Yukon?
Because it's a lift gate.
Why did it come down? Why did it come down at that moment? Did the driver hit it or something?
It was probably being closed.
He's talking to him.
Oh, Dimitri, we need to meet you, man. You got to come in here sometime.
I want to come over there when the squirrel is visiting
and what
Kelly.
did the engineer say?
You do
in the
not want to
report?
touch a squirrel.
I love squirrels.
Kelly got a squirrel pet outside. She pets. So I'm waiting for her to get, a disease.
Oh, she won't get a disease from a sweet squirrel.
How do you know?
Sweet squirrel. What about a bad squirrel?
How do you know, Mr. Squirrel Lover?
I've been obsessed with squirrels for decades. It's an unhealthy fascination.
I knew he was a squirrely guy. But...
Yeah, there's a website for people like you.
But what is it?
God, it's so amazing to think
I think
a
it costs you like
tailgate hits you
$2.99
on
for
the
the first
head.
minute.
It's nuts.
$1.99 minute after that.
It's a 900 number you can call.
It's definitely a weird accident. All right, hold on, man. Hold on. Holy moly, don't ask him a question.
You opened yourself up for that experience, Mark. It didn't come to you.
So what even a tailgate? It's a lift gate.
No, it's a tailgate.
No,
How
if
did
it's
it
on
hit
a
him?
Yukon, it has to be a hatch gate. Hatch gate.
Well, he calls it a tailgate.
Well,
What
he's
did
a
you?
moron.
How did it hit him? Did he just?
It hit him on the head.
Because he bent over.
No, he was
he's-
walking.
He's 5'9". So he's calling it a tailgate. It's not a tailgate.
Oh, it's
it
that.
goes up. So
What do you
it
call
goes
It's
it?
your
up.
back.
It's
half.
the lift gate.
But
It's
that
called
doesn't even
liftgate.
make sense. Hold on. Hold on. Drew, did it hit you on the top of your head or the bottom of your,
It's the
your
lift
chin?
gate.
He wants to apologize to Tom.
Who does?
Drew.
Drew.
He doesn't have to.
Well, you don't have to apologize. He's not mad at you.
No,
but
I'm not.
Drew,
I'm gonna
did
write
it
that
hit you
thing
on
for him.
top of the head or at the bottom? So it was going up, not coming down.
Oh, no.
It was coming down. So it was open. You kind of walked under the... It's not a tailgate, it's a lift gate, right?
Right.
And then it was coming down and hit you.
Yes.
So the strong arms were failing.
I got you. Hold on.
Just like your hood when you lift it
It's
up.
Drew's Clues.
Holy shoot.
It would be nice to know what the case is called and what court it's in, and
It's
I'll
in
be
the
happy.
fucking cuckoo court.
Well, it would be, he says Drew claims
the
that
cuckoo court.
I mean, I would love to look up the lawsuit and just the
So
pleadings
it's
will tell us what
basically,
happened.
for everybody listening, the best I can tell you is it's not a tailgate. It's like an SUV, and it went up. So it's up. Somehow Drew gets his head under it.
He must have been very close to the vehicle.
YouTubies are afraid.
Thank you for taking my call.
I have so much to say.
Here we go. 630 KHOW.
Oh boy, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, as you see, we got stuff going on, and we're running out of time. So we can continue this creative saga after the news, but we have basically car day, and then Mark talked to Drew to get a better idea of the accident. Plus, we'll talk to you about your problems, questions, and complaints, I promise. Give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
He knows how to bring our YouTube up, right?
We need Drew to send a reenactment video, Libby says. No, we don't, Libby.
Yeah, we have it. Should be good.
Hey, Kelly, make sure Drew has Tom's home info.
His address.
Address and
His
phone,
wife's
please.
cell, just in case he can't get through.
Good point. Good point. Make sure he's got Stephanie's number.
Yeah.
Calling the kids. Your father hasn't called
Excuse
me.
me.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Is this Dolce Martino?
Vonnie, is that you?
Tell your father he needs to call me.
Your father promised to fix my shit.
Oh, shit.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
We love
Thank
you and
thank
your
you.
kids.
We should get him as a deputy. When there's some problem, let me tell you, I'd give the fuck in if I was
Hey,
a
he's gonna
business.
come home and find the cat in a pot.
God. You didn't give his deposit back.
True.
I bet he'd call fucking 5 times a day. I bet he'd be the best deputy we ever had. I bet he didn't get kicked off of Match.com.
Somebody's not paying attention.
I'm just not acknowledging it.
Oh,
There's a difference.
I'm finally rubbing off on you, huh, kid?
Can you imagine the poor woman if they're on there and all of a sudden they get Drew?
There was one. She's in the crawl space now.
Yes. Hello.
I said that to Jesus once. I said, I'm not going to deal with you on it. I want to deal with your father. He's much more powerful.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, jeez. Crazy.
Somehow he got under the lift gate, and the lift gate comes down and knocks him in the
You
noggin.
realize how close you had to get to the car to do
Yeah, I
that?
know.
I mean, it's like, what, were you looking for the fucking groceries?
I stood under it, and I hit the button, and it started coming down and smacked me in the head.
How did he get an attorney to actually... This guy sound like a shyster or what?
He's filed... How many
He believes
lawsuits,
in himself,
Dimitri?
for
How many
sure.
lawsuits?
Drew believes in
There were
himself.
3 pages of Google results, and I stopped. I stopped paging through them
Yeah.
after 3 pages. He has a very long but unsuccessful history in a variety of courts, including appellate courts in New Jersey.
That's incredible.
One of the cases I read, he had actually filed 6 amended complaints and filed a motion for leave to file a 7th, and the judge was finally like, "No,
He's
dude, you're
brilliant."
done."
He's like, you're out of here.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm just sitting here listening to him. Do you tell nighttime stories to kids? I mean, with that voice, the way you talk and everything else, I can see
Mark?
him reading a book and knocking out an entire room.
Your Honor, I want to call the lift gate.
You should seek a declaratory judgment
Hey, that was
that it's
bad.
called a lift gate.
That was my line to subpoena the liftgate.
Oh my God.
Now you're hurting Doc's feelings again. Give credit, damn it.
I stole his thunder.
I ordered the big salad. I want Mark to know I ordered the big salad.
God.
You gonna drink this, Doc?
What?
You gonna drink this?
Oh,
water.
Oh,
Jeff, can you hear me?
I got it.
Do you need an extra one? You need
No,
water?
I do it.
He definitely needs water.
You're my son.
I do it.
thought I gave him
fine.
No, I did.
Yeah,
I,
no,
was
we
asking,
do.
I was asking if he was going to drink it.
Oh no, I don't want the water.
I'll drink this one, Sis. He's good. That's why
No, I thought he was pointing to this.
And I heard somebody say my name.
Oh, hi, Jeff. This is Dimitri. Would it be okay for me to ask you a question about two types of Toyota transmission fluids and the compatibility
let's do
between
it.
them and a generic version
do it
like
when
a
we're
Big
on.
G?
Probably not. I've actually been ordered by a court not to discuss that.
Yeah. By Drew.
Go ahead.
No, do it on air.
Okay.
Yeah, he was kidding. Okay. Probably not.
Dimitri, did you buy that Toyota or talk to her?
I spoke with her yesterday, and I have an appointment to look at it this afternoon.
Oh, sweet. Let me know. I think it's going to be in way better shape than you think.
What are you looking at?
And they're good people, so I mean, if it's worth it, please don't beat them up.
Oh,
Who's the good
if
people?
I buy it,
Do
I'll
know
pay
them?
what they ask for
John-
it. It does have a
John-
strange
John and
Oh,
history.
Dave.
the Integra guys?
Yeah, have it checked. I think it's got a new engine in it or somewhat new.
What's he getting?
A 40,000 mile engine was put in approximately 160,000 miles ago, or 120,000 miles ago.
That
I know
doesn't
that
make
name.
well.
Greg
I clarify
Tracy.
that.
How do
It's got
I know
180,000
you?
on it then.
Is it
Yeah, I don't know.
Tracy?
Yeah, how
think
many
you-
miles are actually on the vehicle?
So
This sounds so familiar.
on the instrument cluster, it's at 230.
Oh wow!
And it had 120 at the time the engine was replaced with a 40,000 mile engine. So I'm not concerned about that. I mean, if it passes a PPI, it has a somewhat newer engine than it had before. But she doesn't even know what type of engine it is.
Yeah, no, she's
What
not.
vehicle is it?
It's an 05 4Runner. And during that year, it was offered with both a 6 and 8 cylinder engines.
Do you have a VIN?
I'll get all. She doesn't. No, she didn't have a
If you have
fax.
if you have a VIN or a license plate, I can pull it up right now.
I have neither, but I'll be in touch with you.
I got the VIN. Hold on, I got the VIN.
Oh.
What engine do you want in it?
Oh,
Probably the 4-cylinder.
there is no 4-cylinder. It's either a
Not
6 or an 8.
The 6 rather. Excuse me.
Yeah.
That's going to be under John.
I wouldn't mind
Six has
having a
much,
nice
Six
V8.
had much better longevity.
Really,
Her husband died. We went to the funeral a while back, and
That's sad.
yeah, it was really
Old
sad.
school
He was
Very
so
young.
young, so young.
Young.
John Jones. Let me see.
Little kids. Ugh.
Where am I going to find this damn VIN? I forget it.
This one's stick or automatic?
Is it automatic?
They all are. 4th gens are all
No,
automatics.
No, you had the option. You had to order them.
Really? A
Drew
4th
is
gen
now
with a
mad at
manual?
Deputy D.
I'd be
David
mad
manual.
at fucking Deputy D too if I was Drew.
Yeah, Toyota's
And
one of the
Kevin
few
is
you
the
can
one
still
that
order 'em today with a
donated
stick
to
shift in it.
Drew. He's on the line.
Nah, I can't find it.
Well, I would love to.
I did have the VIN at one point, but I don't have it now.
I'll have all that this afternoon.
Oh wait, maybe I sent it to.
25. This is just 2 pieces of
Oh, what's his name?
And I didn't even.
Rod?
Yeah, JFR. Rod Greer. Let me see if I sent it there. No, I didn't. I don't remember where I got it or sent it.
I could eat a whole person.
Talib's calling me fat.
Talib?
Talib's calling me fat.
Where? He texted you?
Yeah, you picking that weight up again? By choice.
It's
I
hard
got
work.
I got a part to play soon.
It's better than Suzanne. She's
I'm gonna-
carrying around all this dead weight over here.
I'm doing the mall Santa this year.
Hey, Mark, is it inappropriate for Khalif to say it's the kettle calling the pot black?
10 seconds here.
I don't know.
Oh, he's still black.
Fade him down.
Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Let's talk to you about your problems, questions, and complaints. It's car day today, so get your calls in about anything, including cars. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And we have callers on the line we'll go right to. Kevin, go ahead. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, I wanted to start the ball rolling on Drew's charity work, and I donated last week. I'm the one that donated.
You know what? You're a very good man, Kevin. Very good man.
Well, you and I have met, and you can tell Mark I'm the one that has the son that flies the Black Hawk helicopter.
Oh, yeah. Cool, man.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to give money donated to him, and I told him, only thing I said to him was, Tom Martino's the best. I've been to a few of his seminars. Hopefully my donation will get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
Please clean up the plea. It will help you more.
Yeah. Now, I just started working on the plea. Here's where I am so far.
But wait, but why are you calling now? Are you wanting a refund?
No, come on, Mark. Come on.
Well, Mark, that's a good question, but no, I'm close to his age. I wish I could be more helpful.
Here's what I started writing. My name is Drew Bradford, a retired pastor who has dedicated my life to spreading the good news of the Bible. I was very active well into my 70s until I was injured by a freak accident due to what I believe was negligence. Unfortunately, pursuing damages through the courts could take years. Meanwhile, at 77 years old and disabled from the accident, I am unable to work. My income from Social Security is not enough to make my limited expenses, and I have exhausted my savings. Then I'm going to go on, and it'll be the end. But it's going to be way, way better than the one that's up there now that talks about how Kamala Harris, because she is giving all the money to illegal aliens, has made him broke. I mean, he never once mentioned being injured, his life's work, anything. So that is...
Wait. In all honesty, maybe that is what he should have up there.
Mark, no one's going to donate to him, okay? If he keeps the description the way it is. I'm trying to make an appeal to a broader audience because he's down on his luck.
Yeah.
Let me bring up Drew. Drew, I got started on it. I'm going to email that to you. You can give that to your friend.
First of all, let me apologize. We had a misunderstanding, and as a Christian, I believe we should forget about it. I appreciate that you're going to try to publicize it, and we leave it as that.
Yeah, but by the way, this description that I read, did you hear it?
It's a lot better than mine.
Well, yours is too political, and I think it sounds a little angry. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with you holding any belief you want, but when you're making an appeal to people to donate to you, how do you blame Kamala Harris for your financial difficulties?
Because millions of people, it was in the paper in New Jersey today, the Post and the Daily News, illegal aliens are murdering people. They get free rent. This one illegal alien is 15. He's got 9 criminal charges against him separate, and they keep letting him out, and he gets a free rental apartment. These illegals are free rent, free health insurance, free car insurance, and an old citizen like me, I don't get anything.
But by the way, that's all being published by the Daily News and the Post, and New York will vote overwhelmingly Democratic.
What can I say? You know your buddy there, Mark? I agree with Mark much of the time.
Oh, you and Mark ought to do a show together. I'm going to propose that to iHeart.
Yeah, you propose that, Thomas.
Yes. Anyway, Drew, thank you. I'm going to send this to you by email. I got to go. I wish you the best. I just want you to take other action in addition to this. I would not stick around New Jersey on the hopes that lawsuit's going to pay out. I'm telling you, you can come back if it goes to trial and you need to come back, but you need to go somewhere cheaper. Tyler, you wanted to talk about an issue with your starter on a 2016 Ford Escape. What's going on, Tyler?
Oh man, dude, I've been through the ringer. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's going on?
Geez, man, this car has been
Well, tell me this first of all. How long have you owned it?
Maybe 3-ish years or so.
And you bought it used then, right? Yes, of course you did. If you only had it 3 years.
Yeah, 2016. Yeah.
And you say you've been through the ringer. Now, what's going on with it? We got Jeff Vick with us. Let's talk about it.
First of all, like within the first year and a half, the transmission blew, and that was an $8,000 fix.
Did you back then when you bought it 3 years ago? Did you get it checked out?
I didn't take it to any place. No, I figured that they would have done the due diligence of that.
Well, that's wrong. That's your biggest mistake. So, okay, how many miles were on it?
About 65,000.
Well, that wasn't terrible at all. So, okay, so you bought a 2016 Ford Escape for 65,000 miles. Yeah, 65,000 miles, and you had a transmission, and what else?
That was the main issue. I mean, that was $8,000. I got laid off at the time. My roommates
terrible.
didn't tell me they weren't renewing the lease, so I got kicked out of my place. What's it called? Yeah, I was making really good money as
How
an
much
electrician.
did you say you spent on that transmission?
$8,000.
Hey, Jeff.
The car was 13.
Jeff.
Yes.
$8,000?
It could be, depending on where he got it done. And, if they're just installing box units, then that's actually a pretty reasonable price.
And did you pay that, Tyler?
Yes, unfortunately.
Oh,
it's over half of the price of the car itself.
Okay, what else then? What are you calling about today?
Well, I was originally calling you guys because you guys were on R12. It's like that donation for cars and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it was linked to and I was trying to find out the contact information, and it immediately led me to you guys.
Well, hold on now.
Hold on. To them.
We are associated with some people who have car donations for certain things. We don't have people who just donate cars because people can't afford a car. It's usually
not the donation of cars. It's like what I called an automobile place, and they told me that this company.
I got it. Now I know who you mean. There is a company that helps people fix cars. That's right. What's wrong with it right now?
Right now, within the past week and a half or so, it's been sputtering and acting up, and I'm like, what's going on? And I have limited funds. I'm recovering from all of this shit the shitstorm that just kind of came down on me.
Hold on, guys. Can you take care of that for me, please? Put him on hold.
We're good.
Okay, put him on hold.
Tell him to mind his P's and Q's. We'll bring him back up.
We're going to have to wait to spool it up again. Hold on.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Yeah, but I want to say something, okay? I'm not sure. Look at these low-cost auto repair places. I believe, wasn't Hands of the Carpenter one of them?
Yes, my high school friend operates that entire charity.
Hands, okay, but isn't it for mainly single
It's
women?
strictly for single mothers.
Yeah, not mainly. It is.
It is exclusively for single mothers.
But he mentioned R12. I do
Can
believe
he
they are on a
identify as a
referral
woman?
list.
What's that, Doc?
Just tell him to identify as a woman.
Yeah, but he has to be a single mom. Yeah. Anyway, that's going to be pretty difficult. 303-713-TALK. Tyler, listen, man, I'm not sure what we can do to help, but let's talk about the issue first. It may not be that major, and I'm really sorry you're running through this. We'll talk to you right after this. I feel like I'm in a time warp going to breaks.
Cybersecurity Awareness Month is still going strong, and LifeLock has a message about phishing. The scams cyber criminals use to trick victims into allowing access to their devices so they can steal your personal information. Being aware of potential phishing scams is one way to help protect your personal information. LifeLock alerts you to more uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft issues that arise. Start protecting your identity with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use my first name, Clay, as your promo code. Terms apply.
Coming up on the 26th of the month is a webinar you can attend from your home or office from Vestera. What is Vestera? Vestera Turnkey is Barry Miller and his team showing you how to get involved in real estate investing as a landlord without any of the hassles and without the normal risk. Why? Because he researches heavily the markets where you buy, where you sell, when to buy, and how you can double your money in 2 years, and how you get a positive cash flow from day one, and how it's totally managed, and how you can do it without even taking a phone call and just have a worry-free system. Vestera Turnkey. And if you want to sign up for that webinar, I suggest you do. It's mybigestreturn.com. Now, here's what I want you to do. Go to the website and sign up, and then just listen. You'll love it. mybigestreturn.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Day.
Or your ears didn't hear it correct.
But you could have easily just said you thought he was talking about playing with birds.
What, shit?
That's funny. That is funny.
What is?
Our new board op. So I said, "How was your first dump?" Because that dude said shit.
Oh.
And he goes, "It was actually the second." While he was doing Broncos last night over there, they said play cock instead of play clock, and that was his first dump. Wait till Tom gets mad. You got to get used to it, too, because when he gets mad, he's like, "Fuck this, you piece of shit. God damn it. Motherfucker, piece of shit."
Who was the guy that he was yelling at off air? He was going to beat him up here in the studio.
Oh, that was Bentley Bath. If that was my mother, I would jump the fuck off this counter and beat your ass.
Was that off the air? I said it's something on the air about it, too, though.
It was mostly off, but luckily I had it all on video. When you sue me over the old age jokes, I'm gonna get with Bentley Bath and we're gonna sue you.
Then there was this one time this guy I knew, Mark Maher, during the middle of a spot block,
Shut
wanted
up.
to talk to Tom. He
Shut
turned
up.
his mic on and then dropped a couple of F-bombs.
Yeah.
Right during the commercial, if you're in your car listening, you hear some commercial in the background. I'm like, fucking shit. And what did I do?
He marched himself down and talked to Brenda. I'm sorry.
I was very straightforward. I walked right to the top dog and I just said, fuck on air. If you got any questions, you know where I'm at.
True story.
Very true story. I had a guest one time that said, shit. And then he goes, oh, fuck, I said shit. And that went out.
Mark, didn't Johnny Fever get fired for saying booger on the air?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Because that was in the first episode, wasn't it?
That's how he got fired from the radio station preceding WKRP.
You can't say.
Oh my favorite's still that Thanksgiving one.
Oh hell yeah!
The turkeys.
As God is my witness.
He thought turkeys could fly. They're crashing down on cars everywhere.
Les Nessman out there. It's got a banner. What does it say? Happy.
Les Nessman's the best.
Thanks.
Hey, Mark, so here's what you can't say on the radio. Bullshit, horse shit, full of shit, bad shit.
George Carlin.
I don't give a shit, talking shit, lose your shit, feel like shit, or jack shit.
How about taking a shit?
Or taking a shit. So any of those things come
Case,
up,
I did not have a slip up yesterday. No
Carlin,
way.
wasn't it?
What?
That was George Carlin, wasn't
What
it?
did I say? Go ahead, Case. I don't believe you, Case 13. I you know what? Fake news. Fake news. I would know if I hell they would know if I said something yesterday.
I'm excited for this one.
A lot of things are in context too. Like if you can say bitch. There's no problem with saying bitch, and that doesn't even matter the
Can you say bitch
context.
slap?
No, you can say bitch slap.
.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So I've finished Drew's appeal. I'm going to email him. I'm not going to bother reading the whole thing, but I did it, and I'm hoping it'll help him a little. Again, I don't think GoFundMe should ever be your go-to plan for financial difficulties. as your only plan or your first plan.
I just got off the phone with FanDuel. The over/under on this FundMe is $100.
What does that mean?
He's
On
saying
whether
he's
it'll
not gonna
make
get
any money?
more.
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Anyway, so did we? Okay, so Tyler, in addition to that starter you had for $8,000, now it's sputtering, right? Tyler.
This isn't Tyler. Just
Go
can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh,
Tyler's gone.
Tyler's gone. Okay. Did he swear again?
Yeah, no. I don't know what happened. Yeah, he must have. I'm not sure. What happened, Dragon?
Dragon?
He's getting it
Did
fixed.
Dragon die too?
Tom, I don't think we've told you this. We got to train Ian today. And then with that cussing, they have to figure stuff out. But we have Dwayne up. Ready?
Yeah, Dwayne, what's happening?
Wayne, how you doing?
Good. What's going on, Dwayne?
I don't listen to your show as much as I'd like to, but I'm on TikTok. I've got a lot of followers on TikTok. I put out some really good skits. That's neither here nor there.
Well, hold on. I want to look it up, though. Wait. I want to look it up. What is your TikTok handle?
Not boring 10.
Not what?
Boring.
Oh, I get it. Not boring 10.
Yes.
Okay. So what about it? What's going on with
I
you?
got like 11,000 followers. I haven't really hit it much, but I have hit it, and that's neither here nor there. There are a lot of these people that claim to be celebrities scamming their fans of $12 to $14 million a month.
Wait. Hold on. Celebrities meaning on TikTok?
No, celebrities says like Yellowstone, Kevin Costner.
I understand, but what format are they? What platform are they using?
On TikTok.
Okay.
On TikTok.
So
They
wait a
say
minute.
they're
So
like-
there would be somebody on TikTok claiming to be Kevin Costner?
Yes.
And what is he asking for, this fake celebrity?
He says, well, let's have you buy one of my fan cards and VIP cards. And they could go anywhere from 5,000 down to 1,000. And if you pour, they say $100.
And how do you know,
to get you a
and are
VIP
people that stupid that they're falling for it?
Well, they voted for Kamala Harris. They must be.
Dwayne, nobody voted for her yet. How do we know they voted for her?
Whatever. I'm a diehard Trumper. Anyway.
A lot of fake celebrities are on TikTok.
A lot of them. Kevin Costner, Jennifer Aniston.
Well, how would you tell if they're like on X, they can have the whatever. I don't even know what the little symbol is. That
Blue
means
check
they're
mark.
real.
The blue check mark.
Yeah, so does TikTok not have that?
No.
I don't listen to Chinese news, so I don't know.
Well, they used to have some really good stuff on there. And Coda de Pablo, which wasn't really Coda that started this whole thing 6-8 months ago.
Tom, as a side note, do you see what happens when we take Drew calls?
Yeah.
Oh, well, anyway, somebody gave me $1.2 million.
What do you mean somebody gave you? What do you mean by that?
I have $1.2 million in one of my stock accounts.
That someone
from
gave
one of
you.
the celebrities.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Now you got my attention. You're telling me that there is a celebrity who wired you money.
Yes.
Why?
No, they told me to open an account with a particular stockbroker company. Should I tell you the name?
Yeah.
RIM X Capital. RINX Capital.
Okay, and you opened an account. Oh, I get it. And now it shows you have 1 point what in it?
1 million.
Okay, I'll tell you what's going on. I know exactly what's going on.
Okay, but here's the catcher, Mr. Martino.
Yes.
In order for me to do anything with that account,
I was going to tell you. Go ahead.
in order for me to do anything in that account, we have to buy some Tesla shares. It's the Tesla shares.
Can I let me tell you what's going on so I can just get through it, okay?
It's just a fake place, man.
Yes, it is. And the money in there, you don't really have the money in there. And it's just you're just getting taken to the cleaners.
Well, they're trying to take me to the cleaners.
Yeah. You don't have any money.
You know, that actually is a pretty good little phishing scheme, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
You go open up an account for free at a fake place,
Right.
and then you look, and all of a sudden you have $1.2 million, and you can access it if you simply buy a couple shares of Tesla.
That's right.
It's nuts.
That's right.
10 shares, which is $2,000, and I could not. I verified the money.
Well, can you use that money, or do you have to put your own in?
Well, no, I have to use my own.
Of course you. Now, why would you have to use your own if you have $1.2 million in this account?
Because you got to verify.
Mr. Martino.
And let me explain what's going on. Obviously, that money's not going to buy stock. It's going into some scammer's pocket.
Oh, yeah, of course. And the 1.2 is completely fake. You're on a completely fake website that acts like it's a Schwab or something. It's totally fake.
Exactly.
Dwayne, you didn't link your bank account to this, did you?
Somehow.
Did you link your bank account to this yet?
Hell no.
Good. You're smarter than you sound.
My father huh?
I said you're smarter than you sound.
Yeah, well, thank you.
That's
my IQ is a little bit above Forrest Gump's.
That's a compliment that you're smarter than you sound.
Don't take offense. He tells me I'm dumber than I sound and look.
No, you're all right, Doc. You're smarter. You're way smarter than you look. Go ahead. What can I do for you?
Well, the whole point of me possibly calling you was
Yes.
I wish I could find out if the company comes up on a website. I've talked to people
It's
in the
not
company.
true, bro. Why do you? Oh, you want to go after him? Is what you're looking at, right?
No, I want the 1.2 million, but I'm not going to waste $2,000 to try to get it.
It's not real, bro. It's not real. And by the way, I tried searching for you. I tried searching for Not Boring 10, and I don't get anything.
I saw him.
Oh well, it's on there.
Not Boring 10. Is it the number?
Yeah. No, capital N, no spaces.
You know what we could do for Dwayne, or what you could, Tom, and I think you should, just like you did for Drew. Let's do a GoFundMe for $1.2 million, and you write the cover page, and we'll try to get him the money.
Yeah, I'll do that for sure.
Well, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, right.
I'm just I joined the Navy when I was 18 years old.
Dwayne,
and you know what, Mr. Martino? That was the smartest thing I ever did.
You can call me
And I
Tom,
wish
by
these
the way.
Kids would join.
You can call me Tom. Hey, Not Boring 10. May I ask you, what do you post?
Well, usually jokes and stuff.
You give me a joke.
You know, well, I put on there, the Secret Service has a new requirement to join them.
What is
it?
it?
It has to have roofing experience. And
Oh, gosh. That's kind of funny. Give me
Come
one
on, that
more.
was funny.
Come on, give me one more. I like it.
Well, I was talking about my father when he was passing away. He was 73, and he started with this whole skit. He says, "You know why I'm slow, don't you?" And people go, "No, why are you slow?" He says, "Well, because I'm old." And he had a farm or a ranch out here in Colorado by out Ellicott. He got burnt. He says, "When I die, I don't want to be cremated." And he goes, "Cremated?" People go, "What the hell did you talk about?" He says, "Cremated. It's cremated. Seniors cannot say that word or understand it." And he goes, people go, "Why?" "Because I blister off so easily." And then he's sitting in his wheelchair. I told this at his eulogy. "You know what? I think I'm becoming mineralized." "You're becoming mineralized, okay?" He says, "Well, I got
these are your
silver
peeps,
in my
bro.
hair,
yeah,
gold in my teeth, and lead in my ass."
My God.
That does not compute.
Yeah, anyway.
Okay, sir, thank you for
Anyway.
Thank you for brightening our day. We certainly appreciate it.
You're just despicable.
Anybody else want to call? We're going to call it. We're not going to have Car Friday. It's going to be Nut Day. Today is officially Nut Day. So anybody want to call with any other nutty stuff? Anyway, we got Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. Not that I mean he's one of the nuts, but he's a good.
Oh, what a lead!
It's been a while since you did a background check. So.
Yeah. So listen, you wanted to. Did you ask your question about your car question?
Not yet. I'd
Go
like
ahead.
to if this
Real quick. Yeah, and then we'll answer after the break.
Hey, Jeff, my car has the beloved Aisin A750 transmission. It's a Toyota, and as you know, it specifies the Toyota WS fluid. Now, during a recent exchange, I was offered an aftermarket BG fluid, and when I looked at it, it said that it's compatible with both WS and ATF Type T-4, which is the previous version of Toyota's fluid. Now, my question is this. Since those two fluids are not compatible with each other, how could a universal fluid be compatible with two things that aren't compatible with each other to begin with?
Well, that's a good question.
Well, simply because it has the additive packages that meets the qualifications for
both.
either one.
But they don't conflict.
And Toyota definitely doesn't want you using the old stuff. First of all, it's cheaper. So, I mean, could you get away with the other stuff? Yes, you probably could. It's really, you may get some shift complaints because some of the additives, friction modifiers and whatnot aren't going to be the same as the WS. So you can always do better than an old, but you usually don't want to use the old and try to get the same.
No, I would never dream of using anything but WS. My question was, how could they?
Will definitely qualify for that because of the additive packages. And it's not just Toyota. It's also going to roll over to Honda and a bunch of other manufacturers. There can be cases where those additive packages will give you shift complaints, usually hard shifts or slippy shifts or something like that. So they don't recommend using it. But as long as those additive packages meet the original OEM, you're in a good place.
Thank you.
Wow, that's a good answer. Okay, we have more answers. All we need are questions coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. That guy needs vitamins, by the way.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplan today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Starting over on the east end of town, past DIA, I-70 eastbound at Colfax through Aurora, we've got road work in the left lane.
I want one of my morons
traffic back from Tower Road, seeing about 10 minutes of delays there. I-25 north and southbound, some usual slowdowns through the downtown area. I-25 northbound slow between Alameda and Colfax. Southbound I-25 slow between I-70 and Spear. On the south end, be advised, Santa Fe, we've got traffic lights out at the intersection of West Union Avenue. Treat as a four-way stop. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, scattered showers heading into the weekend. Nice and cool out there. It's finally autumn, folks. High of 57. The current temperature in Denver is 51 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
With Progressive Insurance, you can make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance. And cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Visit Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Zero Res Denver is the place to go if you're looking for carpet cleaning that's pure with nothing but water to clean your carpets. And you know what? They don't just clean them. They leave them cleaner for longer because there's no residue left behind. Zero Res Denver, seriously, is one of the best cleaning systems I've ever seen, and that's why I won't have anything else in my home. There's no soaps, no emulsifiers, no chemicals of any kind, just softened, purified water, the best cleaning agent in nature. Safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you. They do mattresses and upholstery as well. Any flat surface in your home, including tile and grout. 303-471-5150. Before the holidays, think ZeroResDenver.com.
Does your kitchen
Why
or bath?
did my link to the guest? Why did your guest camera go dark?
But that's
Why?
your first wife. The Allison you're married to now. She's a doll.
Why
huh?
did
She
my-
helps ya.
She's awesome. Oh, and it's not like Kim and I had all bad years. I mean, anybody.
Why did that go dark? I don't get it. Come on, man.
So yeah, no, but Allison and I, we ended up. And heck, actually, I met her. I was with Mike Bassett when I met her.
There it goes.
We were over-
Refresh.
Yeah, we were at Baker Street.
Now it's back. Okay. Never mind. It's crazy.
She's
shit.
been helpful. That's my
She's
whole
awesome.
point with your
She is
leg
freaking
issues.
awesome.
Oh,
I
that's
could
the
not ask
guest.
for more.
Never mind. All right.
Very cool.
You guys are up full screen. You're looking good.
The YouTubies love the polls. Mark, put up a poll.
I wonder if Drew wants to be a talk show host.
Wants to hear the Mark Sue's story from the Broncos game. Okay, well, as long as you've already had lunch.
No.
Oh, it was a good story. I'll tell it.
Some lady shit on me.
It's so
That
bad.
poll is 100%. Oh, never mind. It was 100% now.
What was that?
Never mind. I got a false reading. Drew, about Drew being the next co-host.
Drew, what do you think about that lease?
I think we should have, listen, Drew and Doc do a dating show.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I think, should we do it? Should we fly Drew in?
He can stay with Tom.
That way, when I'm not around and Tom's not around, Drew could do the show.
Drew.
Welcome to the
Drew
show.
and Fuller. Drew and Fuller.
Oh my God,
That'd
John
be
Fuller.
Perfect.
No, it wouldn't, because he'd fucking murder us.
John Fuller.
Fuller would kill us. I'm Mark Major, and this is Drew.
Talib says, I'm afraid that Drew would monologue.
I ask him a simple question. Did it hit you on the top of your head or your chin?
Well, can I just have 10 seconds?
Wait, Mark, 10 seconds. I want to tell you, I listen to you all the time, and I agree with you. And then he stops talking. Drew, focus for a second. Did it hit you on top of the head or on your chin? Mark, would you tell Tom I said I'm sorry?
I think you're mistaken, though. I think Bendinelli would be much better with Drew.
Oh, Bendinelli and
Yeah.
Drew would be a fucking...
John is a little soft-spoken. Bendinelli has a little bit of...
Bendinelli would probably bitch slap him mid-sentence.
No, I think Kaplis would be good because they'd be like Fred Rogers over there on the other side. No, slow down.
Actually,
Please,
yes.
this has got to be a give and take.
I've decided.
Poor Kaplis would. Poor Kaplis. He is so nice. I don't know how he'd handle Drew.
He is the world's biggest sycophant. He cannot pronounce a vowel without an adjective in front of it.
No, Sherry's right. The dating show should be with Todd.
Kaplis, Doc was saying.
I'm Todd, and I want to be your friend.
Todd and Drew.
I want to be your friend. Here's a flyer.
Disney Todd.
And
10 seconds.
Girls. Go to my...
Real was not allowed to go into Rafa. Evil Sinwar would be alive today and have a protected enclave. Is that who you want as president? Someone with that kind of judgment? Join me at 4.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. All right, what's going on in your life? 303-713-TALK. Look what I have. I have somebody texted me a picture, and I'm going to put it up on YouTube, and they're trying to sell this car. And Jeff, he wants to know the best place to sell this car. He calls it antique. He calls it classic. I believe it's actually antique. Antique is 45 years, right? Or older, or 40 years or older.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Anyway, there it is. What is that car? And those on YouTube can see it.
It's a beautiful car, but I mean, that's going to be a very
What kind of car?
specialized
I don't
market.
even know what it is. He didn't say what it is. He just said some.
He should actually, my recommendation would be actually to reach out to Rod. He's going to be a better lead on somebody who is going to be able to be honest and help him broker this car. He's not going to want to sell it on his own. I hope if he did all the restoration on it, he is not expecting to recover his money, because you will not.
Why is that?
You're going to, the restoration, the time, the money you put into them, you will never recover on these restoration vehicles.
I think you put it at auction. Isn't that the best
it's
way?
Probably going to be an auction.
Did you see it,
car.
Mark?
Yeah, everybody can.
Yeah. So anyway, Dave, you want to hear a story. I don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead, Dave, ask.
Wasn't there a football game that Mark attended where there was an accident with a woman?
Yes, I'll let Suzanne tell the story while I...
Oh, Tommy, you know about this at the Raiders game a few weekends ago.
Go ahead, tell the story.
Oh, okay. Well, Mark, we were with some friends, and they had season tickets. They had the last four at the end, so they scooched in and let me and Mark take the end seats. And, of course, I let Mark take the end seat for more room. And he says, hey, I think someone spit on me. And then, like, within a split second, he realizes this poor woman, she was splattering out her behind.
Oh, that's
like
right. Oh, my
50
God,
steps.
that's right.
And it, like, down 50 steps, Tom, then, like, she gets to the bathroom and splatters in there. They had to call the paramedics and
she was having a diarrhea attack, right?
It was worse than that. It was worse than just a diarrhea attack.
She was so wet as she's walking down the stairs. Her pants are so drenched, it's splattering over everybody in the aisle.
Oh, no.
This poor guy slipped and fell in it.
Yeah, it was just so bad.
God.
Yeah, it was, and people were leaving because it stunk so bad, even though we were outside.
They had to clear basically the section and disinfect
It's like
the whole
toxic
thing.
waste, right? I mean, come on.
It looked like somebody had vomited all down the stairs. It was
But it
so
was brown.
bad.
Was this a young woman or an old woman?
No, she wasn't young.
It sounds to me like a typical day on labor and delivery ward.
Oh.
It's no big deal.
So there you have it, Dave.
All right. Wow. Thank you
Hope
for
that
that.
makes your day
We should
brighter.
put a
Hung up. He was eating lunch.
we should have a warning on that kind of stuff. Well, Dave, that's the story. You wanted it. You got it. Now, I got a text here. Hold on. Let me go to this text for Jeff about a transmission. Jeff, you said $8,000. It could cost $8,000. So this person wants to know the range for rebuilding a transmission, like on normal cars, whatever that means.
Yeah, I don't know if you can really call anything normal. And
All right, give me the highest rebuild you've talked. I'm not talking about like some exotic car, but like the highest rebuild you've heard of.
15,000.
Huh?
The highest I've ever done was probably about 15,000.
What the hell did you do for 15,000 without getting vulgar?
It was on a newer, in all actuality, Dodge truck with what's called the AS69RC. I mean, they can definitely be lower, but yeah, they can get upwards of $15,000, $16,000, $17,000.
What? That's truly for the transmission?
Yeah, I mean, I've done them for as low as about $9,000.
How about like a big Ford F450?
Yeah, well, the 6R140, you're probably talking somewhere around the $10,000, $11,000 mark.
Wow.
Holy crap. I mean, that truly is outrageous.
What's
What's
the
the
most
lowest?
exotic you've ever done?
Oh, yeah, let's talk exotic and the lowest price.
That would have been a Sherman tank, actually.
Oh, get out of here.
I'm dead serious. I had a guy.
tank?
It was a Sherman tank. The guy brought us 3 core transmissions. He was actually restoring a tank. And so we were able to get most of the parts we were able to get there. And you'd be surprised what the military still had available for purchase for us to actually finish building this tank.
Did you even recognize it as a transmission?
No, I had never seen it. Well, yeah, of course I'd recognize it as a transmission, but I had never worked on this unit before, obviously. It's the one and only time I did.
And you didn't. You just rebuilt a trans. You didn't have the tank.
We didn't have the tank. He was this guy literally was just bored. And so he was going around having people work on this tank and refurbish a tank.
That's crazy.
And by the time he was done, this Sherman tank, if you had the munitions, you could fire it. When he was done, he actually drove around all the shops with this tank on a flatbed, let us crawl around it, spin the turret, and so on and so forth. And then when we were done, he drove it down to Kentucky and donated it to a military
museum. You got to
museum.
send us pictures of that.
Yeah. It was a lot of years ago.
So, Jeff, I mean, let's talk about this. We talked about electric motors. Being direct drive, meaning low voltage, low speed, you torque about. Okay, so with a gasoline engine, obviously we use transmissions. But when they first did it, was it like the electric motor? They didn't have a transmission, and it was just simply low throttle. You start rolling, and
no, you still had to have a transmission. Obviously they started off with stick shift, so direct gear drive.
Okay.
You had to be able to shift them back and forth, and then when they first
see, that's just as remarkable as the internal combustion engine. Seriously, the transmission.
It can be, yeah. They're very complicated. Most engine guys won't work on a transmission, quite frankly. I've been
So
doing
there's
this
no
long enough.
way that you could lay a motor sideways and have a direct shaft. You just can't do it.
How did
can.
like a steam engine work then? They didn't
yeah,
have a
you can. You just have to be able to couple or uncouple the power some one way or another.
Right, like a clutch or something.
Right. So then when they first came out with automatic transmissions, you didn't have a torque converter. You had what's called a fluid coupler. So instead, they had a drive side, a pump side, and a turbine side. So basically, it could slip in there. You had a big hydraulic.
Otherwise,
slip.
it would stall out every time.
Exactly. So then, when you took your foot off the gas or off the brake, rather, you accelerated it, and it just threw that fluid into the turbine side and forced it to start turning slowly. They were a dog off the start, but they were a dream on the highway.
Well,
So
can
then-
you do that truly with clutches? It would just wear them out all the time, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, a clutch is a wearing part, just like a brake.
Okay, so transmissions, were they developed right around the same time that the engines were?
Pretty much, yeah. You pretty well, not as engines, but as far as the automobile's concerned, yes.
So the Model T, when they took out that Model T, or when they were doing, they had to do a pretty sophisticated gear arrangement.
Yeah, you had a lot of different engineers working on different parts of the car.
Yeah, and when you think about, I mean, the technology and where we've come today, my goodness. And then you talk about the CVT, it's incredible. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Starting over on the east end of town, past DIA, I-70 eastbound at Colfax through Aurora, we've got road work in the left lane with stop-and-go traffic back from Tower Road, seeing about 10 minutes of delays there. I-25 north and southbound, some usual slowdowns through the downtown area. I-25 northbound slow between Alameda and Colfax. Southbound I-25 slow between I-70 and Spear. On the south end, be advised, Santa Fe, we've got traffic lights out at the intersection of West Union Avenue. Treat as a four-way stop. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, scattered showers heading into the weekend. Nice and cool out there. It's finally autumn, folks. High of 57. The current temperature in Denver is 51 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Looking for a career you'll love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces? Join their growing team. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. That's progressive.com/careers.
The best prices anywhere for water heaters. I love advertising that. $13.99 will get you a 40-gallon tank fully installed. That's the old one taken out and hauled away. $14.99 will get you a 50-gallon tank. Do you know how incredible those prices are? For a plumbing company, they can't do it for twice that, sometimes 3 times that. But Euro Plumbing gets you those prices. Why? Because they believe in deals. So we're talking for either under $1,500 fully installed for a water heater. They say they'll do any plumbing repair cheaper, and they want you to put them to the test. 303-668-6844. EuroplumbingColorado.net. Now, LazyDays.com. Lazy Days is your RV authority, meaning they have sales and service around the country, including here in the metro area, a few locations. And they have really good people, honest, dependable. And the important thing is support for when you travel. LazyDays.com.
Have you ever heard of the
Commercial loads all had to take a detour. Now, recently, they've gotten it to the point it's strong enough where they're allowing full commercial traffic over it. Although they'll probably be doing those, so if they've got a swift truck coming over or something, that's one truck going over that bridge. By itself. And it is piloted going back and forth. They say 10-mile-an-hour speed limit. People can't break it because that pilot car goes less than that. Because those guys are actually under there trying to weld while they're doing it. They've got a lot of moving pieces.
Was it a life changer for you guys getting to your place?
Okay, 2 hours, right? 2 hours.
Oh, it saves 2 hours? Holy cow.
Yeah, so it's a big deal. Being
I didn't know that Blue Mesa, that stretch where the bridge was so big.
Well, Blue Mesa is the largest lake in Colorado. And there's only 2 bridges that use the T1 steel when they put them up here in Colorado. They're both on that fucking lake. That's incredible. So the other one is the Lake Fork cutoff. And that was
is that what you had to use when you couldn't use
that
this?
one's also being under construction right now with piloted traffic.
Got it.
I'll limit how spread out.
Yeah, we'll be going over there tonight as long as the weather doesn't stop us.
I like this fall weather. I'm into
I love it.
Yeah, well,
It's perfect for golf. 70s.
Oh, really?
70s are the best for golf.
It's a little blustery in Franktown, and
We're supposed
Luckily, we
to
don't
possibly
play
get as
golf.
much as a foot of snow over the weekends.
yeah, I don't see Franktown getting that.
But I think they said everything. I think it was over about 7,800 feet.
Yeah, I think we're at 68. I think
We're just shy of 97.
you're up there.
That's the funniest thing they said. That lady probably aided Casa Bonita before the game.
I know, that's funny.
Has anybody been there since they reopened it?
Mark and I went there with a listener back in May.
I know.
Yeah, we did.
It's a hell.
It's great if you have
It's a hell.
kids. Like
That's
if
what
you
we
have
wanna do is
little
we wanna take the
ones in
grandkids.
your life, it's great.
It's Chuck E. Cheese.
It's yeah, and with a semi okay Mexican food.
Okay, but even you have to admit, Chuck E. Cheese wasn't even semi-okay pizza. I mean, that shit was crap.
It was
Well, that's what Mark would say about Casa Bonita. The company was great, but it's mostly it's really for kids.
The show is like they dive off like a 20-foot cliff. I mean, it's like I've
Mark-
done that. It's really absurd. I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah, but you were drunk when you did it. That was
Shit.
different.
Tripped over backward. Okay, I did it.
Nah, it's like I've jumped
There are
off cliffs
people
higher.
who are, I guess, what was it? I wasn't there before, but I guess what's there now that wasn't there before that a lot of people love is some big South Park display of one of the.
Definitely wasn't before.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Casa Bonita actually used to be a chain. It started in New Mexico.
Yeah.
There was one someone said in Oklahoma.
Yeah, in Tulsa. Yeah.
Do you know what? Yeah, the guy that owned it also had pet stores, right?
I don't. Oh, don't
That's
say
just
that,
fucking
Tommy.
wrong.
God.
Coming out of the cafeteria.
Is
Right?
that supposed to be a joke?
No, it was true. It's true.
It's okay.
Look it up.
I'm unplugging.
His name was.
Sold
I
a
think
lot
his
of
name.
cats.
I think his name was. Wah or something.
He was a Haitian?
Yeah. Do you remember? Hey, Dragon, is he in there? I can't see him. Is Dragon in there?
He started his weekend.
Damn it. I remember when Dragon was playing elephant sounds, and you were wondering if the caller was literally calling from a farm. And Jeff Vick says yes, because there's so many farms around here with elephants.
I'm glad you liked Case 31.
I don't think I ever laughed so fucking hard in this.
Did I ask that?
Yes, and you were
It
dead
was a caller.
serious.
He had recently lost, not even recently, I think he had lost his spouse within the year, though. But you were talking to him. He had some dogs and cats and big parrot made noise. And so Dragon started playing off missiles.
He had dogs.
10 seconds.
Or monkeys. And
Poor Tommy.
Around 6:30 K-How.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Okay, let's go to the phones and find out what we can do for you. And we're going to wrap up the show. Well, not just right this second. I want to talk about this scam, Marlene. What do you think's going on? Marlene.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Well, I've been frauded by several different companies, security cameras, plumbing companies. By the way, I'm going to jot down that plumbing company you just talked about. 4 plumbing companies, 3 security camera companies.
Well, my God, why are you being ripped off so much?
Well, because I've been isolated. I live up in the foothills. I live alone. My daughter had to move out as a result of these nasty people. And when my husband died, they just kind of came in and wanted me out. For whatever reasons, I'm sure it's all about money, right?
Marlene,
So
what do you mean? What do you mean they came in and wanted you out?
Yep. They have been harassing me, stalking me, terrorizing me.
Okay, listen. Let me ask you that. Hold on one sec. Just one sec. When did you get divorced?
Oh, my husband died
When?
in 2020.
Okay.
In 2020.
Is that
It'll be
when it
4
started,
years.
Marlene?
It's practically the day, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly
Marlene, listen. Please listen. Okay, I promise you. I just want you to listen. I don't want you to jump to conclusions or think that I think that there's something wrong with you. But many times, Emotional traumas bring on feelings of paranoia or feelings of persecution or feelings like this. And sometimes they're exaggerated a bit because of what you have been through. And you say your daughter moved out. Did she ever mention that some of this maybe wasn't real?
No.
Okay.
She moved out because of it.
Can you give me an example of how you were being terrorized?
Okay. Okay. Last night, example, I hate to call the sheriffs because...
Just go ahead. What happened last night? What happened?
I had to call the sheriffs because there were folks in the backyard. I could hear them. And my dog was going nuts. And I know there's animals, too. We have bears and all that.
What were they doing in the backyard? What were they doing?
I don't know. I don't know exactly. I know that I've had tens of thousands of dollars worth of material stolen from my backyard. All my deck wood and all my firewood, and I mean a lot of things.
Kelly, get her name and number. I want to get her back on the show. Okay, put her on hold right now. We're running out of time. Jeff Vick, thanks for being here. Transmissionsdenver.com. He's at 303-693-1400. Remember, folks, save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station.
Did you know what I'm talking about? That was, that's truly